Hello, everyone. It's time for my RPG show, I guess. We're going to be doing Octopath today, but we're not just going to be doing one Octopath. We're going to be doing 2 Octopaths, so that's like 16 paths, which is that's good value for money. I know that you all spared no expense to be here today, and I want to make sure that you get as many paths as your money can pay for. But first, just a quick couple of announcements for you. If you missed out on any GDQ Hotfix shows, check out our archive of past runs and shows at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. Alternatively, if you're watching on YouTube, hi, whoever you are in the future, I hope you're doing well. You should feel free to come on over to twitch.tv/gamesdonequick to watch us live. It's even more fun when you're watching live, I promise. Most nights around 7 p.m. Eastern is about when shows start. You'll want to be here, it's a ton of fun. We're going to be shifting our times for some of our GDQ Hotfix shows. On that note, check out gamesdonequick.com/hotfix for more info, schedules, just all sorts of info. If you want to know something about a hotfix show, it's probably there. GDQ's Some of Best Segments is just launched on YouTube. It's a highlight channel with regular videos, like our main channel, but it's with small highlight reels so that you can relive like these little nuggets of really cool stuff that's happened. After this show, also, make sure that you stay tuned because this is not going to be the end of it. We're going to have a Pokemon Platinum, Diamond, and Pearl Anniversary Showcase. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, completely contradicting what I said earlier, it's going to be PB Precipice, where Dangerous TV will be showcasing PB attempts in Super Mario Odyssey. And now, what everybody's been waiting for, it's time. We've got Leggy Starscream, and we've got Sanjan, 2 just absolutely fantastic Octopath runners. Sanjan is going to be starting it off, and we're going to be watching all males.
Hello everyone, I'm Sanjan. I'll be running all males. With me on my virtual couches, the lovely Leggy Starscream. And
Hey.
Yeah, so time starts when we press yes to begin our adventure as Cyrus. So we'll be starting as Cyrus here, as you'll see for all males. All the other characters, there's not ideal to start with. Cyrus is the best to start with, so I'll start the timer in 3, 2, 1, go.
And for those of you who haven't played this game, if you're worried about spoilers, don't worry. We'll be skipping literally every cutscene. Everything you see happening will be completely devoid of context.
Yeah, the only spoilers that you would see is the bosses, if you count those as spoilers.
Yeah. Highly recommend picking up this game and checking it out for yourself. You know, as a casual play, it is super interesting.
So over there I picked up a... Oh, sorry, you can go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and with that plug out of the way, let's actually get back to the gameplay.
Yeah, so if you, so you saw there, I picked up a chest. I picked up the Thunder Soulstone. We're gonna need it for later, and I'll explain what those Soulstones do, but we get pretty quickly introduced here to a bunch of cutscenes, which you can press B to skip them all. You don't have to mash through them. Only a couple things that you have to mash through, so we're gonna get introduced to Cyrus's path action called Scrutinize. So, Scrutinize is basically, Cyrus kind of, you know, interrogates people for information, because he's trying to find out who stole the book.
Who stole the book? Who stole the book?
So we're just running around here pretty much asking people, where did the book go? Who do you think we stole it? And we do also get quizzes here. But of course,
yes.
That shifty scholar Russo.
Shifty.
So Scrutinize gives you a pretty nice number of useful items here. We can get this Light Soulstone here. And it is an action that is not gated by level, so Cyrus's action is a rogue action. But most of these, especially in your entry town, it is going to be 100% Scrutinize rate. You can fail it, and when you can fail it, And when you fail 5 times in one go, you get to cry and take a trip to the tavern.
Yeah, the counterpoint to rogue actions, of course, being the noble actions, which don't have a chance to fail, but you have to have a certain number of levels on the character before they just happen.
Time to teach you a lesson.
Yeah, so we're gonna get introduced to our first battle here. It's always gonna be the same. This little friendly neighborhood ice sentinel here. And then we're gonna break it and then immediately kill it with a boosted fireball. So, Leggy, would you like to explain the breaking system?
Yeah, so the break and boost system are the two core mechanics beyond, your usual JRPG fare. When you look at any enemy, down at the bottom under their sprite, they've got that shield on the left and then all the little icons below them. Those icons represent the different damage types that enemy is weak to, and whenever an enemy takes a hit from a attack that it's weak to, it takes a little extra damage compared to normal, but it also removes one of those shields. When the shields are all removed, the enemy is broken, it loses a turn, and it takes double damage from everything. And so a lot of Octopath routing is based around, okay, we want to get the bosses or other enemies on screen all broken at the same time so that we can, do a massive amount of damage with the boost system. If you look over on the right-hand side of the screen, under Cyrus's name, you see 3 glowing dots there. Those are boost points that you save up. You get 1 each turn that you didn't use a boosted action the turn prior. And building them up, you can spend up to 3 to get up to effectively a 4x boost on any attack. These have different effects. Boosting your normal attacks lets you do multiple hits. Boosting spells and other abilities sometimes just makes the hit stronger versus doing multiple hits. A number of really interesting effects. And so what you'll see a lot is, okay, how do we break the enemy so that on the following turn we can do that massive amount of damage with a boosted attack, as we see the fireball defeating our first boss and completing Cyrus's first chapter.
Yeah, so the premise of Russell is that I want to take care of his ads immediately because they kind of hurt. As you see there, we entered the fight at a phenomenally low level, like level 3 or so. Even though we brought a couple of extra helping items with us, so we take care of the ads with a Thunder Soulstone and a Light Soulstone. And then from there, it's pretty much easy pickings. We can just focus on beating up Russell.
Yeah, to give the brief TLDR on Soulstones, they are single-use items that provide a burst of fixed elemental damage. So they come in all of the different elements. They come in 3 sizes, and each one will do a fixed amount of damage to the enemy.
Yeah, so that small Soulstone there did around 200 damage flat out, but if the enemy's weak to that particular amulet, it deals 1.3 times more damage. So you saw that Thunder Soulstone deal 260 to his ads. And we're also going to be going to our favorite area in the entire world here. Good old Whistlewood.
Whistlewood might be hated.
And it's a pretty big pain point for both of these categories because we're going to be only one person, and as you see, these Frogos do not give us much in the way of JP, so we're going here because we want to grind 130 JP in total for evasive maneuvers, so that's 2 skills. And we have about a 25% base chance of getting the encounter we want. We basically want worms, Kates, or a Kate encounter, so typically I will actually flee from these because you barely get any JP, and grinding JP outside just takes a long time, so I will attempt to sit in Whistlewood for about a couple minutes, and then I will just take the L and take care of a couple of frogs and outside, but for now we'll just send in Whistlewood.
This like gentlemen.
Yeah, Whistlewood in particular is, you know, one of those places that is featured in a number of different categories because it's a great way to get a free 100, little over that, job points. And with the Scholar Shrine on the next screen over, either you can get Cyrus up to evasive maneuvers, or you can get another character to pick up the Scholar Shrine and learn evasive maneuvers, which doubles the amount of steps you can take, more or less, before an encounter appears on a screen, which is really, really good, especially when we go into places where we probably shouldn't be. Evasive maneuvers is one of the passive abilities that the Scholar job can pick up. You can equip up to 4 passive abilities on each character that they've unlocked across all of their jobs, and to unlock the various passives, it takes a certain number of unlocked skills. You can use any of those skills, but you just have to have a certain total number of skills unlocked.
Yeah, it pretty much just allows you to. That's basically how we're going to explore, because we're going to be exploring very high level areas at very low levels, and we can't really afford to get encounters there because they just basically
What next?
kill us. But Cyrus is not doing a very good job at finding
This is
worms.
astoundingly bad luck. I want to
Yeah.
point out for the stream, this is not how this segment usually goes. Like, usually you feel bad because you got 1 or 2 frog encounters. What are we at this point? This is bad.
I think we're at like 5 or 6. I just mechanically run through Whistlewood. It's also extra bad because since this is a higher level, this area is higher level than what you're intended to be, you get ambushed more.
My least favorite thing in the Whistlewood is getting ambushed by, like, one of the encounters I actually want to take.
Still have so much to learn.
So I'll have 2 more tries and then we'll go have a grinding party outside Whistlewood, and I'll just have to take whatever. But hopefully this game will send some worms my way that don't ambush me.
Right? The other nice thing about Octopath's mechanics in general is whenever a character levels up, they get a full heal. So grinding becomes a little easier because Sanjin will also be getting a nice refresher of SP, which is basically, you know, your MP in other games on Cyrus as it goes.
A gift.
Alright, unfortunately I'm just gonna take this encounter and have some fun outside Atlas Dam. But this is probably one of the lower XP, and I had to grind 30 JP here, and most of the encounters here only give 3 JP, so... Well, we'll be in Atlas Dam for a little while. That's okay, though.
Yeah, so chat, who's your favorite Octopath traveler?
Can't we settle this like
I mean, we might as well get a fun conversation going while we kick back, relax, and enjoy the lovely sounds of frogs being frozen.
Yep, but my favorite's Cyrus. Very easily. Best scholar.
Yeah,
Best boy.
yeah, Cyrus is definitely a good boy. I'm incredibly partial to Tressa because she's just got that ridiculous amount of gremlin energy.
She picks up corpse money.
Yeah.
Tressa picks up corpse money for free, and I love that. That's great. Every time that she goes somewhere new, the first thing that she does, she spots somebody who's dead on the side of the road, and she picks her pocket.
thus ends your lesson.
She's like really good at doing that. Like every single area, especially like the high level areas, she finds even more money to pick up from people. I'm amazed.
Teach you a lesson. Nothing will
Which, if you didn't know, your Tressa, the higher kind of tier level that Tressa is in, the more money she picks up. So, but you won't see it in this run, but you'll see it in Leggy's run.
Yeah, it's also nice within a particular range, so we can actually route it into how much money we have floating around. In any run that features Tressa, which is a lot of them, honestly, because Tressa's very good.
Thus ends your lesson.
All right, we did it. We have evasive maneuvers. We can now explore the world. So we're in Blizzard
Yay.
here. So we've got about, the good 30 minutes of exploration because we got to pick up some a lot of items to fund our pay-to-win money experiences, and we've got to go round up our party members. So this game features a pretty convenient fast travel option. Actually, I'm gonna scrutinize this person here real quick because I'm feeling lucky. 30%, but it's not a big deal if I fail it. I just whine for it's slightly, and we got it. So the fast travel system lets you travel to any town you visited, and we're going to be making pretty good use of that, especially through our travels.
Yeah.
Fast travel is very convenient.
Yeah, the fast travel system is really nice, and the really interesting thing about it that it offers is it allows you to just like run around and poke your nose into basically all the towns you want to go back to later, and then just be like, okay, now that I have all those, now that I've, ran around everywhere, picked everyone up, we can just teleport from town to town like a ping pong ball of plot. And not really have to worry about a lot of the overland travel because we get that out of the way early, because it's really nice and convenient that we can also just open up a lot of treasure boxes and get the resources for the run.
I've done my research on you.
Yeah, it feels weird not tagging Tressa's Town because in almost every single category out there, you go get Tressa as your generally second or third character, but this is one of the very unique routes where we don't get Tressa. So I think there's been like once or twice where I've tagged Tressa's Town and I'm like, oh wait, I'm not getting Tressa. It's very weird.
Yeah.
But Tressa's a pretty much very overpowered character.
Look, merchants are not overpowered. They're good, but they're balanced by the fact that you need money. Obviously. There's no
Money
way
that
we
you
can
get
break that.
passively from corpses everywhere, just strewn about.
Yeah, just don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, we don't, unfortunately do not get that luxury, so we had to do a couple of workarounds for it, but thankfully, since it's a longer category, we have the power of weapons, and we use a pretty good combination of magic and physical weapons, namely our good friend, the Death Cleaver, and the Apothecary class.
Yeah, that's a fun combo that you will be seeing lots of in both of these routes.
Yeah, so you can walk straight to Stoneguard, but you're not likely to make the run. And if you make the run, you get an encounter, which Mr. Bull is not a very nice bull, or Mrs. Bull, or whatever you like to refer to the bull as.
Yeah. This is probably my second least favorite screen in the entire game. Just because all of the places where you can leave the screen to reset your threat, at some point we should probably explain how the threat mechanics work in this game, are just far enough that it's like tempting to go for, but definitely risky.
Yeah, so encounters in this game.
Speaking
Hello.
of tempting to
Hello
go
there.
for, though, this upcoming screen, you can make the upcoming run. You won't, but it's possible.
That's okay. I made a save point before, so this next walk is guaranteed. But yeah, there's multiple ways to. So Octopath runs on a kind of step counter. The amount of steps that you can take before you get in an encounter is randomized. With evasive maneuvers, it's longer, but it's still randomized. So yeah, this screen is just annoying enough that you can't get through it without an encounter. It's the same thing with this screen, but thankfully we have plenty of tricks to make sure we get through this screen safely. So I'm gonna make a save here, and this is gonna be one of the ways that you can reload your reset your threat level here.
Yeah, the big ways you reset your threat level are 1, saving and quitting. 2, changing screens onto a new screen that has a different name and slash or a different threat level. And 3, I know that Hanit's provoke resets threat. Do Cyrus's Ulbrich's duels also reset threat?
Yes, it also resets threat.
Mm-hmm.
So you can do challenges with Ulbrich, and then you're gonna see this later, but we're gonna go to an optional dungeon with an optional boss, and the prompt there will also reset your step encounter.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna grab the merchant shrine there because we don't have Tressa, and extremely important we have that for various reasons. But we're going on an exploration tour here because we need a lot of money to fund our large amounts of old guys doing a lot of damage that we're going to do later on.
Yeah, so scattered throughout the world are 8 different job shrines for each of the base characters' classes, plus 4 hidden ones. Most of the time, you don't see people going for the 4 hidden ones unless they're going for like full game categories, because they require you to go through an actual like really hard boss fight. But we will be picking up a large smattering of various job shrines throughout, which basically allow your characters to multi-class into different jobs. Each character can have 1 secondary job, and no character can have the same secondary job. So if Cyrus became a merchant, when we get Alfin can't also be a merchant. Because I guess the game's designers thought that would break things a little. I don't know. I feel like a team of 3 merchants plus Tressa as a double merchant would be perfectly balanced. I don't see an issue here.
Yeah, it just costs a lot of money because you gotta hire a lot of people for money.
Yeah, and also you cannot give someone a secondary job that is the same as their base job. So sadly, no double merchanting.
Two copies of the merchant. That sounds it sounds pretty out there. But there's actually one category, or a certain glitch category that I will not mention, that actually uses double Tressa in the speedrun.
Yo, that sounds awesome.
It's hilarious because in that category, Tressa, Tressa becomes a sorcerer, and then you just see 2 sorcerers just like ravaging through everything.
Yeah, and as we run through and do various things, one of the interesting things about speedrunning Octopath that I like to joke about is that every single Octopath route pulls from like the same 20 chests. You'll see people opening the same boxes again and again and again because they're on like the main throughways through the game. So that box, that Sanjin hit before going into the town that she tagged, is something that you grab basically anytime you're on that screen.
Yeah, you'll also see me loot a few similar places that Leggy will also loot later on in her run.
Yeah. For instance, the detour you took past the Merchant Shrine, I will be doing a more thorough looting of that area for various reasons. But I will be heading up there basically at the same time during my run. And grabbing all the boxes and more that Sanjin did.
And so we're pretty much about to be closing in a little bit on getting our second character. After our fun little adventure in Whistlewood here, but we're gonna tag a couple more towns here. We're also gonna start Cyrus's chapter 2. So you're locked into a chapter, but you don't have to like complete it. So we'll be doing Cyrus's chapter up until we have to go start the boss here, which we will not start the boss because I don't think Cyrus can right now can handle the good old chapter 2 boss by himself.
Yeah, you're what, like level 4, level 6 or something ridiculous like that?
So you have to plot here that we will be skipping because press B or holding the button to skip encounters is very nice.
Mm-hmm.
And I scrutinize and then interrogate some more people here.
Yeah, honestly, the ability to skip cutscenes like that is a mixed blessing. As someone who initially started this game because I wanted to speedrun it, I hadn't finished a full casual play of it until after I had speedran it all. So, like, I kind of knew where to go in a lot of places. I just had no idea what was going on half the time.
Yeah, it's a very casual RPG that people who are new to speedrunning can get into, even if they have never played the game before, just because there's a lot of different categories, and you can do like a lot of short categories with in Octopath, like that are extremely accessible.
So
Yeah,
if I
very
wanted
new.
to start speedrunning this game, where would I look for information about that? Is there a community around it? I mean, clearly there must be.
So we have a Discord that we have a community Discord for speedrunning, and then we also have a couple documents. So for a new runner, I would recommend Ophelia's single story, specifically the Thief Shrine route, because the Thief Shrine route is very easy to do. There's very little variance in terms of like boss fights. The only variance aside from like encounter RNG would be pretty much at the end, and it's just like it's very straightforward, and there's like only one way to go about that. So I would recommend Ophelia's single story for anyone who's very new to speedrunning, and we do have a very detailed tutorial on that in our community Discord.
Yeah. The categories that you're going to be seeing today are half-game categories. When we talk about single story, as you can see, we started Cyrus Chapter 2. We're currently doing Therian Chapter 1. Each character has a story that lasts 4 chapters. So a single story run is completing a single character's 4 chapters as quickly as possible. You start with the character. After you complete their chapter 4, credits roll, and that's the end of the game. For this, we'll be grabbing a party of 4, which is the maximum party size that you could actually have running around at once, completing all four of those characters' chapters for a total of 16 different chapters that we'll be completing.
Also, you see how powerful soul stones are there, because I just one-hit heat coat.
Yeah, large soul stones are really good for just taking care of some of these chapter 1 bosses.
Yeah, so for each character that you get, the bosses that you face are scaled up to 4. So we can take care of Pico with 1 stone, but the next couple of characters that we get, their bosses respectively, will require a little bit more than that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we got Therion. We want to get Therion second because he's a very useful thief, even though sometimes he just doesn't do his job. So Therion's special ability, aside from his path action steal, is to be able to open purple chest in the overworld, and purple chests generally contain incredibly useful items and really overpowered items, and we'll be taking advantage of that as much as possible.
Yeah, there's kind of 3 grades of boxes that you'll see on the overworld. You have those brown boxes that are fairly bog standard items. You have reddish gold boxes that have better items, like the one we just opened here, the Hunter Shrine. And then you have the purple boxes, which are Therion exclusive boxes. You have to have him in your party if you want to open it.
Yeah, so we'll be. I think actually this is the only 2 shrines that we get in this game, or in this category: Hunter and Merchant. Merchant is obviously extremely important to get because reasons, and we get Hunter there because we're going to be. It's not as. It's a little relevant now, but it's going to be even more relevant later on in this run.
Yeah,
So
Hunter
we're
has
kind of on part 2 of our exploration experience.
Yeah, Hunter has some really good utility skills for some of the later fights.
I'm gonna go in this chapter 4 area again. Very dangerous area. Hopefully I can get here without an encounter. Very nice. So we're pretty much so we got a little bit to go on the terms of explorations, and then we can actually kind of play the game. So we kind of want to do this exploration now because we kind of want to take care of tagging all the towns and then just looting all the nice items in here, because this town has some particularly nice items that we can grab here. So I'm gonna go here, buy healing grape, 2 of these and 6 of these. And in this place we have a 30k chest, 30,000 leaf chest, which is just conveniently in the middle of the town because why not?
Yeah, the poor fools thought they'd, put their collective town savings in the middle of the chest, in a chest in the middle of the town, and I guess they weren't expecting a thief to come by.
Yeah, Therion's got a nice couple of tricks up his sleeve. So sorry for that poor town.
Yeah,
That's a lot of
3% of the
ways we
time
just
they
took
work
from
every
them.
time.
Yep. We're going to be going to an area that I personally always dread because this place can straight out troll you with encounters. Now we're going to grab this chest here, which has a light soul stone. And we're going to be off to my favorite area that I hate in this game because I generally do full game categories, which, for those of you curious, a full game category is roughly around 3.5 hours to 4 hours, depending on if you're playing this on Switch or PC.
Yeah.
There's a lot of useful items in here that we kind of want to get.
Full game categories, of course, are defined by any category that requires you to do all 8 characters' stories, plus the end game content sometimes.
Yeah, so you're gonna see here, I'm running back to this boss prompt here because going to that boss prompt and then saying, no, I don't want to face them, actually resets your step encounter, which is really convenient because we're walking quite a bit through this dungeon.
Yeah, and
So we grabbed their more money chest, a knowledge staff, and our favorite weapon, the Death Cleaver. And then now we can grab our third character. I'm gonna buy some Canuck supplies here.
yeah, Concoct being Alphin's special skill, where he takes two of those items, mixes them together with his apothecary skills, magic. I'm not entirely sure, but he mixes them together and does various effects.
Yeah, he has a couple of Canucks that are extremely useful in this run, and honestly, frankly, really overpowered.
Mm-hmm.
And but his, unfortunately, in single story, we don't get him in any single story except for his own, since his boss is a little bit out of the way to kill. But in the full game categories is where, really, is where he shines.
Well, at least you got the drop on him.
Yeah. So if you can surprise a foe, you get a free run from them. If you
And
get
then
ambushed.
you immediately hit the loading zone.
Yeah, classic. Just another day running the Octopath. I think the run I had with this the other day, I was in Everhold Tunnels, which is that area that I hate. And I got an encounter one step before the reset point.
Oof. That's brutal.
I was a very sad panda. So yeah. We equipped some weapons on them for to deal more damage.
Take this.
And then you just drop a rock on that guy's face.
Yep.
The nearest tavern.
And we'll be, don't worry folks, we'll be giving the last chapter 1 boss, we need to do the same treatment. I'm gonna take a rest here. So interestingly enough, you recover. Alphin's chapters is one of the very few points where you get a free heal as well. So you get a free heal and level up, but in Alphin's chapters 1 and 4, you get a free heal as well. So we're gonna go start Alphin 2 because we've got plenty of chores to do. So you're gonna be seeing me hop around the towns a lot, especially doing like chapter 2s and chapter 3s, because there are certain areas where like we kind of don't want to walk all the way down. So instead of doing that, we just teleport and usually just go do something else.
Yeah, if you've
Or
ever
here.
been in a game like, there are some games where teleporting back to the town you're in is faster than just walking over to the other side of town. There's a few towns like this here, but usually we'll set things up, and then we'll wander off, go do something else, maybe finish another chapter or two before coming back.
Yeah, so this is a good example of that. So we'll be starting a good part of Alpha's chapter 2. And then we're also going to be turning in a couple of quests here on the way. If you notice, quite a bit earlier, I scrutinized someone on my way to the Grand Port area. And yeah, we do this because in this screen, like, I would have to pretty much inquire that guy up there and then walk all the way down, and I don't like walking, so I'd rather teleport because walking takes too long. And this also conveniently gives us the stone that we need to take on Ulbricht's chapter 1, so Ulbricht's the last character we're gonna grab.
Yeah, it's wild watching some of the routes for this game and just how well-oiled each individual piece is, where you go somewhere and you pick up the item that you basically need to beat the next chapter, and so on and so forth.
since this game is so open-ended, like your routing can be like really intricate. And it's just like you can just like be as creative as you can be with routing. Well, that's a really early encounter. All right, Cyrus first, please. Thank you.
You should have studied harder.
Oh, that's a very nice drop. Yeah. Also, Cyrus just sent sent those poor monsters back to school,
I will not fail.
as he says.
Not bad.
To outline some of the differences that you're gonna see later on between all males and all females, all males is about like 10 minutes longer or so, on average, because there's just the chapters are longer, pretty much, and we had to grab a little bit more supplies, primarily because of Ulbrich, because Ulbrich has a lot of fights.
I will not fail.
And we have to prepare for that because there are some battles where Ulbrich has to essentially fight them alone. Very honorably, I should say, with quotes around it. But you'll be seeing that later. We're gonna do some damage to Gaston. And yeah, as you can also notice, we're doing a lot of damage even though we're only like level 8. Because we grab some really, really powerful weapons.
As it turns out, getting good gear helps your stats out just a little bit.
Yeah, generally, like, when you want to play this game really optimally, like, it's not the levels that matter as much, it's kind of like the gear and items that you get. Like, in the instance, the full game category, you beat the true final boss at around the level 55, 56. And most people around, like, when you play that category, it's around, like, level 70. But it's pretty much because we optimize our gear really well. Alright, actually, I forgot. Those two weren't the last shrines we get. We get the Dancer shrine, too, because Dancer offers a lot of really important utility.
Yeah, especially when you can't just pay to win nearly as hard because you've only got the one merchant.
Yeah, so Dancer has some pretty really useful buffs here. Dancers can buff your attack or elemental attack. And yeah, since we only have one merchant, we have to rely more on weapon and or physical and magic damage. So it's very useful to get the Dancer there, but the Dancer also gets some very useful passives that Alphen can make use of, namely Show Goes On.
Let us fight with honor.
Also, Ulbrich is fighting this injured scout with honor. That doesn't sound very honorable, but you know, I reset my step encounter. That's the most important thing. So Ulbrich's path action is seen as noble because while he does challenge someone, he has a level cap attached to it, and you don't lose reputation when you flee from an encounter, as I just did there. So this is pretty much one of the few last parts of our exploration. We did the whole chunk of it, but now we're pretty much getting to the final stages. So we only have two kind of like exploration parts to go. Well, we'll do one boss and then do one exploration part just because it's convenient. But yeah, look at all this loot scattered around across the world.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna quickly switch to keyboard and mouse here. So I'm gonna be doing a glitch here. So I'm gonna grab this item here. And then, so normally at this area, you have to face this boss, but let me hold my window here. And then say no to it, and that's the glitch that I do. So that's called the buffer glitch. So what the buffer glitch does is, you can kind of like delay like your Octopath screen, or like go to the menu on if you're on the Switch or Xbox, etc., and it'll kind of like lag the game. And so if you do that as you move, you can kind of go past like the trigger for the boss prompt, and if you do it successfully, like I just did, I was able, when I pressed no, it walked me back a little bit, but I was technically still inside, and inside there contains a Master Sphere, which is going to be very useful for Ulbrich. And it gives us free money. Free money's always great. We'll be doing this. And then not even before that, we're going to be going to start Darion 2. So we're not going to be doing all of it, but we're just going to be just starting it. I'm not going to grab that shiny item just yet.
But it's shiny.
Nope, I don't want it to ruin my menus, potentially. Even though I technically don't need it.
Fair.
So I'm gonna do a couple menus here, so I'm gonna take off Cyrus's knowledge staff. I'm gonna give all my armor to Ulbrich. I'm gonna have Cyrus be our merchant for a little bit here. There, armor corrosive, off an amplification and leg hold trap, and Ulbrich insight. So I want Ulbrich to have insight because he's gonna be taking one for the team here for a little while. And then you're just gonna see just how powerful throwing money at old men for them to do damage is coming up here. Because we're gonna be facing our first chapter 2 boss at level 8. 8, I should say. I think the recommended level's like level 20.
Mm-hmm. Something like that. So, hired help. Hired help comes in a couple of different flavors, but you usually only see the first two for cheap sword and or axe AoE attacks. And of course, the big 30k veteran hired help that does massive amounts of damage. One of the interesting things about it is, while it's affected by any buffs or debuffs that are placed on the boss, the stats that the old men use are completely independent of your actual character's stats. Meaning that, as long as you have the money, you can have the old men do lots of damage, and it does not matter which character they're on or what their stats are.
Yeah, so say hi to Gideon, say bye to Gideon, pretty much. We actually use 2 vets there, even though he doesn't have that much HP, because he has his skeleton minions that deal a lot of, or that are very annoying to kill, and he himself will pretty much kill you by the end of turn 3. So we just want to kill him as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm. And he also had like what, 7 shields up there?
Yeah, he's very annoying to break, and he's also he's got a lot of evasion, so most of our characters will whiff attacks. But a fun special property about hired help is that the merchants that you the hired help that you summon, they have nearly 100% accuracy on everything except for Kate's.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is pretty much our very last, I promise, exploration segment. So we're gonna throw a stone, throw rocks at this mysterious knight here for money. And this beating this guy up will give us about 12k leaves. 11k. I was 1k off, but that's okay. And this also conveniently resets our step encounter, so we can make it to Orval safely here. And then, yeah, so this is the last segment of our exploration, because we did Gideon first just because we end at Quarry Crest, and it's a convenient stopping point because we're near the exit out of Quarry Crest, and we can just use that time to explore and go back to and tag Oral and Riverford, which is where Alphen and Ulrich's Chapter 4s are, respectively.
And of course, now that they've been tagged, as previously mentioned, all we'll need to do is just teleport back to these various places later. Once we've finished the respective Chapter 3s, and we'll be able to knock them down quite nicely.
I'm going to grab the chest here. Hopefully we don't get an encounter. So I'm going to be doing another buffer glitch here of the same variant. So let me switch to keyboard and mouse because for my setup it's much easier to deal with that. So a little weapon here. And then I'm going to kind of just like put my mouse over the window here. Oh, okay. I slightly messed that up. There we go. Oh, I did not do that right. There we go. Third time's a charm, so. I went through that boss trigger. We're gonna grab the Enchanted Rod and the Force Shield. So we go in here to grab another weapon for Ulrich because he has to do a couple challenges. We don't have the easiest access to weapons here, so. Alright, so we scrutinize thieving tips and tricks here because no, I don't want to steal from you. Because we want Therion to have an easier time stealing. Because it basically decreases the level cap that you need by 10. And if we didn't have that, since Therion's very low level, these steals would be like 15%. And I'm definitely not about that life. We're gonna steal from this guy, and Therion can fail these. These are all 80%, and if he fails these, I'll be very sad and mad at Therion. Thankfully, got them all.
Yeah, Therion's single story is definitely one of the more exciting single character routes to run. Just because of all the ways that you can fail an 80% steal.
And sometimes Therion just doesn't do his job. Anyways, we got all that done. And I also finally picked up a shiny item, which was a Thunder L. But I don't mess with my menus here, so we're gonna finally finish up Alphen 2 here, so I'm gonna do a menu here. I'm gonna give the crit L to Alphen so he can crit some more. Gonna give that to Ulrich so he's more tanky. Gonna
Yay,
give
stat
Cyrus
buff
his
items.
staff back. Re-optimize Ulrich so he gets some better items, and then one merchant skill for Ulrich, HP thief for Therion. For Cyrus. Can learn one Titan Senses and become our dancer. Then Spearhead, and then Hunter for more accuracy. So this next upcoming boss can be a little annoying, especially because the ads that the boss has deal quite a bit of damage, and Ulrich can only take so many hits before he dies. So yeah, that's why I gave him the Nourish Nut, because it increases his base HP. So nuts increase your base stats, and they're very important, especially in the full game categories. Oh yeah, I forgot to heal everyone. So we gave Ulrich all the armor we could because he has a skill called Insight. And Insight pretty much redirects all physical single attacks to him.
This should be fun.
And you're also going to see our first instance of a very fun skill called Amputate.
Think not.
Oh, I don't want to boost that.
I see.
So we're gonna do armor corrosive to lower her defenses here.
Here we go.
I'm gonna heal up over it.
Try this.
And then we're gonna use a set of vets here to take care of the ads. These ads hurt a lot. We just don't want to deal with them.
How about you?
I'm gonna spearhead here because she's weak to spears.
Here we go.
I'm gonna lines
Yeah.
dance myself so we do more damage. I'm gonna round up armor corrosive here because we're not gonna be using any more vets here because that's too much money to use. We're just gonna break Vanessa. And then pretty much deplete the rest of her HP with our good old friend Amputate. And I'm already doing 9k damage as a very low level Alphen. Oh, I did not equip the Viper Dagger. I think I can fix this.
No, you don't.
I was supposed to equip the Viper Dagger on Therion. That's okay.
Yeah.
Try again.
Still got through that fight with minimal extra fuss.
Yeah. She has pretty low HP, so it's not a big deal. Alright. I did not forget this time to equip the Viper Dagger. There we go.
But yeah, Octopath bosses are really interesting in general to do in the speedrun, especially because of the way that breaking bosses works. In that, you know, when you break a boss, they lose all actions for the rest of the current turn and their following turn. But then when they come back, the turn after, they take the first turn no matter what. There's nothing you can do about it. So, and because boss AI scripts follow the same path through every single time, we know exactly what windows we need to break various bosses are to avoid some of the nasty attacks that they would be doing otherwise.
Yeah, generally when they unbreak, their script is generally the same, so you're gonna see us take advantage of that quite a bit, especially late game.
Of course, there will always be a few bosses who are a little nasty until they are broken. Just because outside of Ulbrich, none of these characters really have much in the way of armor.
Yeah, they're basically like glass cannons at this point. Because had those ads like not hit Ulbrich and hit other people, it's probably would have been pretty likely they would have died.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so this is try to break the shields on this very nice.
No, I think not.
That's rude.
I spell no.
Yeah, so I chose to run through here because most of these encounters are very easy to take care of. If they're all broken, that means we have a free flee from them. Let me heal everyone up here. And then, so this is Orlick. He pretty much operates in the same way Vanessa does, but he has a chance to kill Ulbrich, and while it's not the end of the world, I'm just going to be extremely annoyed if Orlick does the funny magic missile and kills Ulbrich.
Get this over.
So very much like the Vanessa fight. There's gonna defend. We're gonna use armor corrosive just once because we don't want to use our BP.
The battle is truly joined. Come, if
I'm gonna have Ulbrich take the hits for us.
all right. Lion dance.
Lion dance ourselves for a boost. We're gonna
I spell
use lots of money again to kill the ads, and killing these ads means that Orlick can be hit.
Spearhead is useful not only for being a spear attack, but it also means that Ulbrich gets to take the first action next turn, just as if he had defended.
How do you like this?
So yeah, that's our first use of Knock. So Alphen's very useful for pretty much for breaking as well, because he can pretty much use almost every element in the game.
Also, the power of axe for quad 9s.
Yep. We're hitting damage cap at like level 11?
Yeah.
So what armor corrosive does here is that it basically lowers the defense by or makes him take 1.5 times more physical damage, and Lion Dance lets Alphen hit for 1.5 times the amount of physical damage. So they stack multiplicatively, and that's why you see Alphen axing someone for pretty much cap damage. So I'm gonna swap Cyrus Therion here because for later. So we're gonna give Therion some merchant skills because. So I'm gonna want to count the EI procs we get here because.
Yeah. While you're doing the menu, I'll explain what EI is. So, the first merchant skill that you unlock is Endless Items, EI, and all it does is whenever you use a consumable item in battle, there's a 25% chance that you get to hold on to it. If you see someone use an item in battle and their eye glows like, you know, in an anime or something, that means we had a Endless Items proc, and that's really good and important for saving time, because the way the route set up, we have a certain number of soul stones that we've routed in, and we have a certain number in the back of our pocket for backup soul stones. The goal is not to use any of the backups because we got enough of those procs.
With each battle, I grow stronger.
Yeah, so that menu there was to give everyone endless items, because if I want to do this most optimally, I want at least one endless items proc here. And if I don't, I can get plenty of backup soul stones, but I would just be very annoyed because I will lose time, basically. So, yeah, we do have to do challenges here. We had to use a good old weapons way because we are kind of broke when it comes to soul stones and money, so we don't want to use too much of those. They're a valuable commodity. And we're just gonna spearhead them.
You know, for a casual near 5k damage. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just casually do 5k damage at level 12. Perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
And so yeah, Overwatch Chapter 2 is just like a large series of arena fights. Thankfully, this one's pretty simple here. And also, music here is just absolutely good.
Yeah, at least for this one, you get to bring your friends with you.
Yep.
Here we go.
Let's see, what am I supposed to do here? Injury seed, that's great to break. Free armor corrosive proc, please. Thank you. Very convenient.
Wow, that is
So each of
convenient.
Alphen's Connacht effects also has a chance to get various status effects, so using Wind there gives you a chance to get armor corrosive. It's not needed for this, but it's nice to flex on Victorino. Just like that.
Talking about.
So, yeah. So Ulbricht's pretty infamous for being one of the much harder single stories because you have to go through a lot of arena challenges, and they are pretty tough. I'm gonna scrutinize this guy if Cyrus not anger him, because we get an ice hell from this guy. So we have to go through 2 battles before we can fight the actual boss of Chapter 2. So Ulbrich chapters are just very resource intensive.
Have action.
I'm going to incite here because these ads do hurt quite a bit.
I see.
I'll lower his defenses. Thankfully, though, for all of Ulbrich's arena fights, you get a free heal. So that's pretty convenient. I'm gonna break Victorine, or I mean Joshua here.
No, you don't.
And you'll notice I kind of menu differently for Ulbrich because his bottommost menu is defend. And if you accidentally press defend, a lot of times when you're not supposed to, you're in the world of hurt. And I have been through that before where I have actually fully boosted defend when I meant to do vets.
Oh no. Yeah. Some of these boss fights, you know, with just how much of glass cannons we've got going on, with how tight some of the timings are to make sure that you're at the right face of the enemy script, can be really, really punishing if you do the wrong action at the wrong time. Luckily, it's a JRPG, so you can take your time if you want, but, you know, on the other hand, it is a speedrun. We do want to go fast.
Yeah, as you see there, we barely are equipped to survive his attacks. Like, if those ads, or the ads got hits on anyone but Ulbrich, it would not have been a good time, let's just say.
Yeah, and a number of fights do have recovery strategies in case something goes a little wrong and a character gets hit who shouldn't be hit, or someone gets hit twice in a bad way, but
Each battle, I grow stronger.
it's always a little scary if things start going off the books even a little bit.
Yeah, I've had to pull some really, really fancy recoveries, but like, they can be really difficult to do, especially if you don't understand like all the inner mechanics and knowing how to take advantage of turn over here. So this is Gustav. This is pretty annoying because I want 3 consecutive people after his ads, so this is really good because his ads are very beefy, and hey, we got the EI proc we needed, so I'm a happy camper. So we need to kill his ads. If they had like turns in between, they would do extreme charge, which stuns your party, or which can stun the party member, and that's really bad. So thankfully that didn't happen. So his ads are pretty beefy. They have like 10k HP. And we're just gonna break Gustav here.
Yeah. It's also worth noting that Thousand Spears and a lot of those like random multi-hit abilities do have a minimum number of hits they'll do. For Thousand Spears, and actually I think most of them, you will always get 3 hits, which is useful for planning around when it comes to like, okay, how many hits do I need to do on this boss? You can just bank on 3 and anything else is extra.
And, you know, speaking of a tavern, Therion wanting to go to a tavern, I think Therion wants a break. It's been a long day.
Yeah, we've cleared a number of chapters at this point.
All right. So it sounds like you're saying now's a good time for us to stretch our legs, take a break.
Yep.
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
Therion often wants a trip to the tavern, so might as well give him that trip to the tavern, right?
Yeah, fair point. So we're gonna take a quick 5-minute wellness break. Now's a great time to get some water, stretch your legs, do things that keep you healthy. When we do a lot of speed running, we're sitting down a lot, and it's good to take care of yourself. Also, there's a lot of content today. We've got 2 Octopath runs, and then we've got more coming up right afterwards. So now's a good time to take care of yourself. We're going to be right back. The second half of this run is so exciting. There's just so much that goes on, and everything happens so fast. You're not going to want to miss it. So we'll see you on the other side of this break. And welcome back, everyone. So the first half has been really great for this first run. We've got so much more content coming for you right after this. And right before we get to the second half of our first Octopath run of the night, just a reminder, and for anybody who's just showed up, a couple of announcements for everyone. If you've missed out on any GDQ hotfix shows, any previous GDQ content, period, really, check out our archive of past runs and shows at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. But if you're watching this on YouTube, hello. You should come over and watch us at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick. You can watch our live shows. It's even more fun live. Most shows tend to start at 7 p.m. Eastern, but, you know, make sure that you check out the schedule to know exactly when to show up. You won't want to miss anything. We are shifting our times for some of our GDQ hotfix shows. GamesDoneQuick.com/hotfix has the schedule and tons of info about all of the different shows that we have. Some of Best Segments is now launched on YouTube. It's a highlight channel for GDQ with regular videos like our main channel, but small highlight reels. So whenever something really, really awesome happens, that's where it's going to show up. And then finally, this one's important. After this show, so there's going to be this Octopath run. There's going to be another Octopath run. And you might think, wow, that's a lot of content. I bet that's when everybody is going home. But you'd be wrong. We've got Pokemon having a Platinum, Diamond, Pearl anniversary showcase. You'll want to stick around for that because it's going to be super, super fun. And then tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, we've got PB Precipice. Dangerous TV is going to be showcasing what PB attempts in Super Mario Odyssey look like. But for right now, we're going to show you what speedrunning in Octopath looks like. Sanjan, take it away.
All right, so Alpha and our party members are back from their drinking and escape days because they've been through a lot this past hour. So let's continue on in 3, 2, 1, go. So we're just gonna not even complete Ulbrich's chapter 2 first because we hate walking. We're gonna go do a slight detour here. And we're gonna be looting some chests from some more money, some minor exploration detour.
I was gonna say, I thought we were done with exploration.
just a little bit. There's only these like little blurbs because we could have done this earlier, but it just takes like 2 or 3 seconds to do this after Ulbrich too. Because oh right, and I had to loot this because I did not get good RNG at the night we beat up way earlier. And grab this vitalizing gem, and then we're gonna complete Ulbrich too.
Yeah, I just love those brief moments of, yeah, we could run back and do this directly, but it's actually faster just to teleport somewhere completely different first, do that thing, and then come back in the front door.
Yeah, and oh yeah, I lied too. Yeah, we're doing another mini exploration because we have one more town we need to tag, and that is Northreach. So it just happens to be very convenient to do it after Ulbrich too. So we save a teleport, and we don't do this at ridiculously low levels. So we're just gonna reset our step encounter here because this Victor's Hollow Trail is pretty cursed. It's like you run like a minimal amount of steps and you get an encounter. I think the step counter works like you have a much less amount of steps you can run before you get an encounter, which is pretty annoying.
Yeah, and then some days it feels like you can run for miles there without getting an encounter, and then when you go do it again, you get the encounter like halfway through.
So we're gonna go in here to grab some more money chest. So depending on the category, money can be like really important. So in this category, money is slightly more lenient, especially because we have the good old gift of Barion's 3% steal. Spoilers, cough cough. Technically we can skip this, but it'd be a lot more dangerous because if Therion doesn't do his job, then we're gonna be kind of feeling the brokenness at the end. There's in this category, the only real money check is at the very last boss that we'll face later, very much later on, but we're just gonna make our way here. So we're guaranteed an encounter here, and it's always gonna be these two lizards, who are very conveniently only weak to axe.
No, you don't.
I like to call them the good old cringe lizards, because sometimes they're very cringe and kill your party members, but thankfully in this category, you're pretty beefy, so I'll just break them and run.
Yeah, good old Therian actually tanking that hit.
And single story, though, I think single story had a slight reroute to where he can take a hit from the good old cringe lizards if it's not a crit. And so now we can finally start Therion 3. So we're not going to choose the first option because the first option is Olberg, and that would be pretty bad. We did that,
And-
so...
And unfortunately, if we started it, we're locked in until it's done.
Yeah, you'd have to kind of like stop it at the tavern, and you just lose a bunch of time there. Very annoying. So we're gonna go on more steel escape dates. Thankfully, it's not as bad here because these steals are naturally 80%.
Yeah, this is the part when, you're learning Therian single story where you're like, okay, people warned me about this. This doesn't seem that bad. These steal rates still feel pretty good.
Yeah, and then they just hit you. They just hit you up at the end with the good old 3%. So it's 3% because you're intended, for whatever reason, like for most other characters, you're not really gated by level. Like when it comes to doing their path actions, but for whatever reason, Therion's the only single story where his steals are heavily gated by level, and it's not, and it's gonna be 45% up until pretty much level 36, to which it becomes a 8%, and at 45 it becomes a 55%. Also, fun fact: if you try to steal from the attendant, it's 3% because Therion's a bad thief. But if you teleport and steal from the guy at the tavern, it's an 80%, and you can fail that infinite times. So it's essentially free.
You ready for this?
So we got some people we gotta beat up before we do the fight here, so...
No, you don't.
Oh wow, everyone's first.
This calls for
Alphen giving them the good old dose of surgery.
And then double tap and zap.
Yep. So this next coming up fight isn't that scary, but you can get trolled if, because the ads really hurt, and they can potentially one-hit your party members, but thankfully there's a lot of ways to recover that. But I will just be extremely annoyed.
Yeah, and at this point, we're really starting to feel the difference between, say, a single story run and these half game runs where we've done, way more stuff than you would in a single story at this point. We've done 3 extra chapter 2s. So our team has extra levels, extra experience, extra job actions that they can use to make some of these fights a little less quite as tough as they could otherwise be.
And no, that is not an accidental defend. That is an intentional defend because you're intended to. You want Obrit to take hits there because it also acts as insight.
Try this.
We're gonna full vets here to break air and kill the ads.
I see.
Cyrus doesn't need to do anything on this turn.
Bring it on.
Bop him once with amputation for the extra damage. And then we basically melee and magic him to death.
Down to one. Ha!
Bop.
That's what I'm talking about.
So, have we talked about the different ways that we have available when we're speedrunning that we can manipulate the different turn order? We've talked about breaking and how that removes a character from the next turn entirely. But you were modifying the turn order a little bit with some of your actions.
Yeah, so when generally like when we kind of like look at scripts, the scripts tell you like the most bad case scenario, but sometimes like for example, you can take for example like to manipulate turn order, you can defend to be the first person in a turn, but if you're naturally like the first person in a turn, like you can take advantage of certain things, like you can save some supplies or you're able to heal someone. Like using defend to like when you defend to break your enemy, like you get that much more turns of action.
Yeah, so defend and of course the spear point put you at the start of the turn order for the next turn. Leg hold trap means that the enemy it's applied to will take all of their actions at the end of the turn. I think it's agility is the name of the stat. Does have an effect on how early or late you go on average, but there is a fair bit of randomness in there.
Take this.
Yeah, so I forget what the speed one is. I think it's Panther Dance. So Panther Dance increases your speed, but it also boosts the turn that you'll be like by one. Like whoever was like before you, now you're after them, and that only applies to like the first time you cast it on that person. So we don't really take advantage of that except for full game categories. But yeah, leg hold's one way to manipulate turn order, an enemy's turn order. Alphen's Connacht leg hold trap can do that as well. You can use defend, you can use spearhead. Alphen also has a spearhead like Connacht that does that. Fun fact, Alphen is a very overpowered character. Okay. Good. Really?
Oof.
Alright, thankfully everybody's weak to Blizzard. I think this guy's weak to Sword. Spear? There we go. Alright, not a big deal. I'm just slightly annoyed though, because pretty low chance to get that encounter.
Bring it on.
But yeah, otherwise for turn order, like, it can be randomized, but it's slightly based on speed. So like, that's why a lot of people will probably generally complain and be like, speed doesn't matter or speed is a lie, because your slowest person can sometimes also be first in your turn order, and it's very annoying.
Yeah, it is a factor, but it is still very random at the end of the day.
Out of my way.
Yeah, so when it comes to kind of like rounding stuff out, we all just always assume like worst case scenario. Ruin this speed as plum. So
How do you like this?
this also gives you a chance to lower its magic defense, but we did not get that unfortunately, so bad RNG.
Bring it on. How do you like this?
Just gonna throw an M stone here, or L stone, to take care of the ads.
Have at you. Have a taste of victory.
And then we're just gonna take care of our good old lizard meme king friend here. Oops, I'm supposed to bet here. Yeah, because we don't have two merchants here, you're gonna see it pretty much starting pretty soon here. Most of our like a good half of our damage is gonna come from physical and magical attacks. The other half's gonna come from merchants. And also, we're going to be having a very honorable duel here with Erdhart. And yes, when I do mean honorable, I really do mean it.
I will not fail.
Yeah, it's going to be...
Ulbricht's blade is unbending, but his wallet is also unbending.
Yeah, it's going to be 1v1 the entire time, you know, no outside assistance. Definitely not hiring a bunch of guys to beat up his opponent while they're down. Don't worry about
Definitely
it.
honorable. It's okay. It's alright. So, we got a drop from Lizard, or the Lizardman King is going to be very important because that weapon has some very interesting properties that I will explain here in a second after I do a menu. So, also here now we can teach everyone. Here Hang Tough, and Leggy, would you like to explain what Hang Tough is while I do this menu?
Yeah, Hang Tough is one of the support skills that's actually fairly deep. It's the, I believe, second to last merchant skill that you get as your passive. And basically what it does is it prevents you from getting one-shotted by the bosses that are doing too much damage. Just incredible amounts of damage for the levels that we have. Though, honestly, you could easily argue that we probably shouldn't be doing these at the levels we're at. But yeah, if we're not in critical HP, anything that would one-shot a character brings them down to exactly 1 HP instead.
Yeah, so we're at the point here that we're gonna want it because these bosses deal a lot of damage. So I also want to highlight the fact that we are going to make use of a Lizard King axe here because what Lizard King's axe does is that it increases your lightning elemental damage by 30%. So this is very important because we have Cyrus now as our hunter, and he's gonna be doing a very decent amount of damage with the power of magic and the Lizard King axe. So his lightning skills will be doing 30% more damage, as you're gonna see here. So we're probably doing about like 2k damage, but now we're doing about like almost 3k damage per hit.
Yeah, and that's one of the really interesting things about speedrunning Octopath in general is, you know, not only do a bunch of the items have, you know, piles upon piles of stats on them, but there are also the items that have, you know, various passive effects that we do a good job of incorporating into various routes when it's, you know, optimal and convenient.
So before we get to our favorite segment of the run, we're gonna do a little detour here to go to Saint's Bridge because it just happens to be convenient, and we need a couple soul stones here for the fight. We're gonna go to Saint's Bridge. Hopefully we don't get an encounter, unfortunately, because it's a higher level area now. Which, by the way, the more chapters you beat, you'll eventually, the areas will kind of like level up. And you'll get new monsters. So, hopefully we don't get an encounter here, or else I won't be mad, I will just be very annoyed because encounters are not fun to break. Because at our level, we can't really escape from them.
Yeah, and you can try and run away. It usually ends badly. And if you don't remember what a particular monster or pack of monsters is weak to, they're still gonna hit like trucks. and it's rough to just sit there and be like, oh gosh, is this one swords? Is it spears? Is it lightning? If you haven't seen an encounter in a while.
Yeah, it can be overwhelming to like try to like figure out which monsters weak to what, even if you have the good old hint from Cyrus, but a lot of times, like, sometimes you won't have that, so like, just for me, like, just from pure experience, I've been able to kind of like deal with it, but most encounters, because they have similar patterns, but for a new runner, it can be really difficult. So everyone put your predictions in for how many steals it'll take for us to get this 3%. As we're gonna start it now. Okay. So my last 3 runs, I think the very latest run I did, it was like 20th try, but my second run was like 11th try, and then the first run I did when I de-rusted back to here was second try, so that's how the game goes sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, this is real content I have to do. There's nothing I can do. There's someone else you can steal from, but that won't let you in. We have to steal from this guy. Or should I say we have to steal his clothes. Because game logic.
It's very important that this game tells you explicitly that this is an homage to Final Fantasy VI.
I think this will be 15 so far. The average is like 33. But I believe, Tina, you hold the world record for most.
As far as I'm
3%
aware,
attempts.
yeah. I spent 213 tries to get it in my PB for failed steals. So it's 213, one after another, live on stream for about 20 minutes. It was a time was had by everyone involved.
Yeah, thankfully we're extremely lenient when it comes to money here. So I have a lot of money to spare. Unless Therion massively does not behave. So we're at 21 to 25. Oi.
That sounds right. Well, we're not quite at the average yet, so it's not even bad. You're still above average.
Yeah. But as the 3% plays out, you get the 3% within a couple tries on the bad run, and when you're on a very good pace run, Therion's like, nope, I'm gonna be bad. I think in the meantime, when we're playing steal content, thankfully these steals, the reputation reset is only 1,000. Or was there? I think we went over like all the major game mechanics.
Yeah. Like, part of me wants to go, do we have any donations? But sadly, this is currently not raising money for charity that directly.
I think at this rate, we need to raise money for Therion's thief training.
Or just his reputation repairs.
Oh, there you go.
There
That's
we
like
go.
27th try?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Somewhere around there. I'll take that. That's respectable. So thankfully money is still pretty lenient because we need a minimum of 45k for the next boss here. So I just need to sell everything here. But I am not amazingly broke. So I just need to optimize him and then put on the critical bracelet. You don't want that. So we're off to the races now. That wasn't too bad.
So one of the
I
things.
think-
Go
Sorry,
ahead. No,
No,
you.
you can go ahead.
Well, I see we've reached an impasse then.
I honestly was gonna say something, but I totally forgot. So you should go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on, like, and if you thought that 3% steel was bad enough in theory in single story, this next fight is also just a giant RNG fest.
It sucks in single story, but in this but since we have hanged up here, it's literally scripted.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta heal people.
Yeah, like in theory and single story, this upcoming fight is you literally have to have Therian plus one other person before the boss, or you wipe. I think there's like a backup strat if you have someone else going first. If you have like two particular people going first. It's been a while since I've ran it.
Yeah, you can only do it when you have in the Kate route when you have two scholars, because there goes my party again, getting caught in encounters. I have to do the dirty work of breaking them. That's H. No, I don't feel safe with that HP.
Yeah. But again, what we'll see here is this fight is going to be much, much safer with all the extra resources and levels and, you know, hang toughs we've got going on.
Yeah, thankfully, he's scripted to pretty much only do this, and since we have cover, which I don't think we explained cover mechanics fully entirely.
Yeah, I can go into that if you want.
Sure.
Yeah, so if you've played Final Fantasy games, you have a fairly solid guess for how cover works in this game. Namely, if someone has the cover skill and there is another party member in your party who would be taking a single target physical attack, the person with cover will stand in front and eat the hit instead, as you saw with the actual animation of the character moving. This is really convenient when you have fights like this where Darius has that big AoE that knocks everyone outside of Ulbrich into critical HP.
No, you don't. Yes. How do you like this?
And yeah, every time he gets out of break, he only does sweep. Our good old friend. So we're gonna grab some money, free money from him.
And the other nice thing
I
that
guess I would
scholars
put
do, I mean,
the
merchants.
Let's try this.
Nice EI proc. Elstone here.
Have a taste of this.
I wish I got EI procs on Elstones, but that's a lot to ask, I guess.
Right.
And yeah, we're hitting cap damage with Alphen. So last stand is a very, very good skill, as you saw there.
Take this.
Yeah, because we're so pressed on, we use like a lot less vets because we only naturally have one merchant, so we only use about 60,000 on Darius, whereas a single story would use 120,000.
Mm-hmm.
Good old Cyrus sending Darius back to school.
Back to thief school.
And that's the end of Darion's chapters. But before we go do more stuff, we're gonna do more of Alphen 3 because Alphen's cutscenes just like to take you literally everywhere. So we kind of do this in like 3 parts. So I got an AI proc here, so technically I don't need this, but I'm just gonna steal it because I can, just to flex.
Showcase safety.
Yeah. You never know what can happen. I've had to do some very I had to do some very shifty backups to various things just because I get myself into trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I should go back and check up on the...
And so now, because we don't want to run again, we're just gonna teleport and start Cyrus 3, so... Cyrus is also pretty infamous for having really bad fights. And it's also especially RNG gated, but thankfully for this category it's pretty free. Unless you have bad turn order and things just happen. So hopefully that won't happen, but it's a pretty rare chance. So we gotta go interrogate some people some more. I'm gonna steal a lot of stones here because we like soul stones. Oh, Theron's getting all the steals today, except for the 3%. That's just how things go sometimes.
Yeah. RNG sure is a thing some days.
Yep. I think in a run where I had second try 3%, Therion scared me and almost failed every single 80% steal.
Oof.
Funny how that works. We're gonna steal a couple more L stones here for a couple of supply usage. I don't technically need this, but you know, Therion, it'd be nice if you can steal it. Thank you very much.
Look, he's just trying to steal your feelings of safety.
Yep. He's done that enough in Therion's single story and all rogues. So this screen is also pretty dangerous because it's not easy to break most of the enemies you encounter here. So hopefully we won't get that. And they like to ambush you too. Yeah, I'm good on stuff.
I cannot fail.
So thankfully Yvonne's a lot easier because his ads are very annoying. They like to do a lot of damage with the patented funny tornado, as I call it. So if they tornado here, I will be very unhappy. Thank you very much. We're gonna break these ads as soon as we can. And then we're gonna break Yvonne here.
How do you like this?
The battle is truly
I'm gonna chuck a couple L stones here to kill the ads. Oh, I forgot to break them. Oh, that's not good. Or I forgot to boost my lightning blast. I'm actually gonna do this instead. Because I have a free soul stone and a free turn to do it.
a gift.
So I had to go a little off script here, but it's okay because it's a little Therion second in the turn.
It's our time. Next.
Out of my way. I see.
And I have time to do some extra damage as needed.
Down to work. Ha!
I was supposed to lightning blast there, that's fine.
All right. How do you like this?
Victory shall be mine. Use this.
I'm gonna go a little off script here because I do need some extra damage on Yvonne here. So I was supposed to have some time there to I was supposed to amputate, but I didn't get the full damage from amputate. But it's not a big deal because I just have to delay my turn. So yeah, that's a good example of recovery. Thankfully, Yvonne doesn't really do much after you kill his ad, so you have a lot of time to pretty much just kind of recover from unfortunate events, like me always forgetting to not boost my lightning blast. Oh, we're gonna do another detour. We're gonna go warp to Riverford because we like to teleport everywhere. And then we're gonna go steal a couple lights or soul stones here because we're gonna want those soul stones for the last boss that we'll fight. So that's kind of why we start this beforehand. Kind of, but not really. Steal all of them, because why not?
Yeah, imagine, you know, just being a random villager, showing these random travelers your rock collection, and they just grab them and run. What a world.
They're being put for a good cause.
Yeah, isn't that what all heroes say, though?
That's true.
Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely taking, you know, that 100 gil from you, and I'm definitely going to spend it on things that I'm definitely saving the world with.
It's for a good cause because, you know, in the end, something bad will happen, and they need all the help and supplies they can get. And so, this is Miguel. Casually, a lot of people find him very annoying and very difficult, but thankfully in the speedrun he's a joke. I'm gonna boost Cyrus's attacks. And Alphen, would you like to give me an armor corrosive proc, please? Never lucky. That's okay. If we had gotten the armor corrosive proc, we would be able to save an L stone, but instead I just get to whine for a little bit. About how Alphen just can't get them when it counts, but that's okay. And then we're just gonna fully boost our attacks and take care of our good old friend Miguel. So when you picture Ulrich saying his blade is unbending, his wallet's really the only thing that's unbending right now. So just picture that instead. Alrighty, so got Alphen's chapter 3, but we have to do another little mini detour here. And detour is the name of the game, as you can see.
Detours within detours.
And so we have to go here because we have to grab some very useful items called our good old friend Essence of Pomegranate.
So, pretty good question from chat. When you were learning this run, what did you find the hardest to memorize, to adapt to? What's challenging about this run? Or what did you find challenging? Obviously, at this point, you're not doing too bad.
So, like, I'm an experienced runner who's mostly used to, like, where am I going? To doing, like, full game categories and single stories. But mid-game categories have this kind of weird point where, like, you can't be fully dependent on veterans because you have an infinite amount of money. But, so you need to be more dependent on physical attacks and magical attacks. You tend to grab like a lot of items that are kind of like you don't typically get in those two categories, and you tend to do like a lot of unique scripts because like in full game categories you kind of go through like one part where it's hard, and then like when you get like all your items, you basically kind of just like face roll your enemies. Or in single story, you just pay to win. Pretty much, it's pure pay to win. Here we just get a little less of it. So like for me, it's just getting used to having to use physical attacks, and especially boosting Lightning Blast on Yvonne, because I've forgotten to do that twice in a row. That's the hardest part. But I think like when I was starting out, just like learning, like for me, I try to learn like the boss mechanics too, so that like in case something goes bad, I can recover it. And I try to kind of like learn like patterns. Like a lot of these bosses, like especially you'll notice later on, like they kind of have like the same like kind of fight patterns. So like when you're a new runner, I think getting there's like a lot of like little mini also things in this game that the game just doesn't technically tell you that is difficult to kind of like fully understand. And my suggestion is just like keep doing runs.
I cannot fail.
And you'll figure out more, and like keep trying to like critically think on your runs, because the more you kind of like critically think where you go wrong, like the more you'll truly understand what's going on. But anyhow, this is Lucia. I kind of have to focus, so I will let Leggy explain.
Yeah. So you might be looking down at the, status bar for Lucia and going, oh, that's a 30 down there. Well, a 28 now that period's gone stab real quick. Yeah, this fight is really just a case of how...
Okay, Ulbrich, what in the world? Alright, I get it.
Yeah, this fight is really a question of how effectively can you get those 30 shields down before you can actually do the standard bit of massive damage. Especially as you're taking all of these, damaging hits from her.
She does a lot of damage to you. Pretty much.
Yes. Try this.
So basically for Lucia, I want to get 2 extra hits on her for the script to work, or else I'm dead, which Ulbrich kind of went ham and did like more than 4 extra hits, so I'm in a very good position here. She does have the lowest HP out of all the Chapter 4 bosses, though.
Yeah, and with the extra damage we're doing with all of the, various attacks that are going through, that chip damage will definitely add up once she's all good and broken for the massive attacks that we'll be doing in a moment.
Yes.
So here's the most overpowered Connacht in the world, a free palm M to everyone. An attack here with the sword. Nice attack boost to Lucia. Thankfully that doesn't matter. Yeah, she has 84k HP, but we kind of want to kill her in one cycle. Or else it's going to be very bad after that. Is this HP thief? Yes, it is. And yeah, the damage range for this is incredibly tight. So we're basically dealing like the exact amount of damage that we need to kill Lucia in her unbroken state.
GG.
That's what I'm talking about.
So this isn't the end yet because we did Lucia at this specific time because we don't have to complete Cyrus's chapter 4 entirely because the time ends officially when we complete his chapter 4, but we only had to do this part and then we can just go do something else. So yeah, Lucia's completely scripted, but it's a very scary fight because if I miss menu or do one thing wrong, I'm pretty much dead. And it's very hard to recover from it. So thankfully that is, for me, the most scariest fight out of the way. Not because it's hard, but because it's scripted, but it can go wrong very quick if you make a wrong move. So anyways, now we're gonna do a detour. We're gonna go we're gonna be a very honorable challenger here.
It's a good day for battle. The battle is truly short. Have a taste of this.
We're gonna throw some rocks at him, size him up.
So while you're pelting an innocent person with rocks, I have a question from chat. Can you explain again how the last stand setups work?
So last stand is an apothecary ability, where you, based on how much damage you've lost, you can do more damage. So it's very good for Alphen because we deal a lot. A lot of times we manipulate his HP to be basically 1 HP because of Hang Tough, and because of that, Last Stand's gonna do a sky-high amount of damage. So when you're at full HP, Last Stand deals like really terrible damage. It's not even worth mentioning, but when you get to critical HP, like the ratio damage for it goes way up because it's based on a missing percentage of your HP. So you might notice that sometimes we use Amputate, sometimes we use Last Stand. Amputate does really good damage, but sometimes at low HP, or like at a certain point where at critical HP, you can Last Stand will deal like metric tons more damage. So yeah, because we use a good combination of Hang Tough and Last Stand is just like overpowered for that fight. And yeah, if we use Amputate there, like the damage actually wouldn't have been enough.
And of course, now that we're getting very much into the late game of the run, we're running out of really convenient sources of money outside of the stuff we're carrying on us. So at this point in these half game categories, you start seeing runners taking off items and turning them into money to hire more help. Because hired help is a very good skill.
Also, peep the horse inside the mansion.
Witchery.
Hey, you know when you're that rich?
Just flexing on us.
It's a good horse. The horse gets to have a bedroom. It's fine.
Yeah, the AC's on, it's listening to its favorite music.
Here goes nothing.
That's rude.
Try this.
So, pretty simple fight here. We don't use any physical attacks for the first half because it kind of lowers our physical attacks, so we're just gonna chuck an M-Stone here. Cyrus, which by the way, the line damage increase also applies to Soul Stones. So our favorite item, the red apple, gives you full BP. And fully boost armor corrosive here. But thankfully, the damage debuff that we got for physical attacks also does not apply to the vet, so 3 damage.
Yeah, because just because you got a damage debuff doesn't mean the people you hired got a damage debuff,
Yeah.
All right.
which is still
And also,
by
Cyrus hits are still full power, so that's why we use Cyrus.
I think not.
Gonna line dance ourselves here.
Cats. How do you like
I'm gonna size up our good old friend here. I think Cyrus do Pommel himself.
Let's try this.
Yeah, we don't want Werner to get any hits on us at all because he hits very hard. And we're gonna Pommel up here with Therion. And yeah, because a lot of enemies kind of like sweep you. That's why we can set up Last Stand on Alphen. And we don't even need to use Lion Dance on him because he just hits cap damage without it when we use Last Stand. Goodbye, horsey. Also, I want to note, and don't equip Werner's sword. Werner's sword is a trap. It's special. Basically, Werner's sword makes it so that any hit that is not a critical hit is a miss. So if you're doing a casual playthrough, don't use Werner's sword unless you're chucking it at someone with a certain ability that I won't name. So I need to do my final cell menu here. Therion and Alpha no longer need their equipment. I just need 90,000, very nice. And now we're doing our last chapter 4 boss. And yeah, we're in cutscene heaven here because Alphen has a lot of cutscenes. So
there's
enjoy the
plot
music
and
too.
stuff.
Yeah. You don't need to know the plot, but I figure you all can at least enjoy the music, because the music in this game is so good. The soundtrack in this game is honestly just like one of the best. Because you got like a really nice mix of like relaxing music like this, and then you got epic music like the boss fights.
Yeah, and the game does some really cool things where it built in specific crossfades to go from like different characters' themes into the various boss battle themes. And I was watching a YouTube video about it the other day, and it is really cool. The more you start thinking and looking and hearing people talk about all the cool things the soundtrack does, you start noticing it, and it just becomes more and more awesome.
We're almost there. We're almost through a cutscene heaven. Or hold B heaven. Also, peep Lolo Alphen inquiring someone. You don't have to worry about the person. But we are finally done. So you can generally save there to make this run safe, because this run's not really that safe, but the viewers want content, so I will deliver content if it happens. Always works.
I was definitely holding my breath, don't worry about it.
So this fight is really annoying because our favorite friend, Ogre Eagle, a very chonky boss. He has a lot of defenses. Your vets don't even do that much damage to him. He's very annoying because when he does regular attacks, he has a chance to inflict a random status on you. And if it's on the wrong person at the wrong time, it's not a good experience. And a leg hold here for some safety. I'm gonna have Ulbrich Insight for safety, so that Alphen and Therion don't get blocked. That's very nice. Peacock Cyrus. Gonna heal up Ulbrich here.
I see.
Gonna throw an Ice M here
A gift for you.
to break him, because he only has
Shall be mine.
he's only weak to ice, which is really annoying.
All right. How do you like this?
I'm gonna fully boost Lightning Blast here for damage.
All right. Try this.
So what Curious Mist does is it makes us immune to any bad statuses. So I forgot to explain it, but it's a very, very good ability. It's very, very good knock because it's basically a free immunity to everything. What am I doing here? Right. So when he unbreaks, he's gonna do this like double claw thing, and each hit can give you a status, but because we are cool here, we don't need to worry about that.
No, you don't.
Yes.
Let's see. L Cyrus.
Victory
And
shall
Palm
be
L ourselves here. I'm gonna break him again.
is a
Yeah, so I think most of the chapter 4 bosses you use two vets, but here we have to use 3 just because he's so much more tankier.
Take this.
Like, I think Ogre Eagle's like 110,000 HP. And Ogre Eagle's just a lot tankier in general.
Yes. How do you like this?
Nice, thank you for giving me that EI proc when I did not need it. Wonderful.
Ha, try again.
Yeah, the very last bit of damage you're hopefully doing, and you get the EI proc.
Yeah. So time does not end here. So the time will end when we officially complete Cyrus' chapter 4, since, because as I said, we didn't officially complete Cyrus' chapter 4 and start the credits. So about a minute, about 30-40 seconds, and I can call time. But the fun thing is here, this walk to the last place Cyrus needs to go, you can get an encounter. It's rare, but you can get an encounter, so hopefully that doesn't happen, or else I'll be very annoyed. So we have to do one final quiz before we are done. Alright, we're good. We did not get trolled.
Also, best text box in the game.
Yes.
So time is coming up very soon here when this last text box fills.
But of
Time. But of course.
GG.
Good game.
That was not bad at all, except for Whistlewood, but what else do I expect from Whistlewood?
Let's not talk about Whistlewood. It was-
Let's
I think
never
that we
talk
can
about
we can
Whistlewood.
agree that we all had a time. Wouldn't necessarily call it a good time in Whistlewood, but a time was had.
Yeah, this is pretty good given our circumstance. I think my
Yeah.
so my art, yeah, 203 not including a break is really good. So even though Whistlewood was Whistlewood, but we don't talk about Whistlewood.
Yeah,
That
but
stays
203
Whistlewood.
with that Whistlewood, That's pretty darn good.
Yeah. Thankfully, everything went really smooth after that, so I can't complain because in this category, it's mostly the early game, like Gideon, Vanessa, or like that can go wrong just because like you're all really glass cannons until you get hang tough. So yeah, thank you for having me for this.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you for
very
the run.
cool, very cool category. I want to give a shout out to the Octopath community. They're awesome people. I also want to give a shout out to Leggy for being my commentator as well. Thank you very much.
It's been a blast.
Yeah, and I also want to give another special shout out to Quadra who routed all of this. He routed all of the 4 single half game categories. So he's a really cool guy. You should follow me and Leggy, but as well as Quadriceps. So we're all awesome people. We like cookies. So I don't think I have anything else I can say off the top of my head, unless you have something, Leggy, as well.
Stick around because now we're going to see the other half.
Hey, no, that's
Of the Octopath.
that's what I'm supposed to say. That's supposed to be my part. This is where I'm supposed to say, everybody, hey, we're going to take a quick break, get set up for the other Octopath run that we're going to be doing, and you should all stick around. And Leggy's going to be doing the next run, and Sanjan's going to be sticking around to do commentary. But I mean, you all know that already. Apparently, I don't even need to talk anymore. So at some point, our amazing producer is just going to cut me off. I'm going to keep on talking probably until he cuts me off entirely. Sooner or later, he's going to cut the feed. Everybody's going to laugh. It's going to be very funny. But, you know, make sure that you stick. And we're back. It's time for more Octopath. I know that that's probably a big surprise for anybody who's been hanging out here. We just finished Octopath, but no, it's time for more Octopath. We had all the guys, now it's going to be time for all the girls. But first, just a couple of announcements for everybody who's just rolled in. If you missed out on any of our GDQ hotfix shows, if you missed out on any GDQ content at all, like we all have lives, sometimes you miss things that are very important. You can check out our archive of past runs and shows at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to head on over to twitch.tv/gamesdonequick to check out our live shows, starting most nights at 7 p.m. Eastern. We will be shifting times for some of our GDQ hotfix shows. Check out gamesdonequick.com/hotfix for all the info that you're going to need, schedule, descriptions of shows, anything that you might need as far as that goes. GDQ's Sum of Best Segments is now launched on YouTube. It's a highlight channel with regular videos like our main channel, but with small highlight reels for all the really amazing just things that happen during shows. You'll want to check it out. It's basically concentrated, awesome points in runs, shows, everything. Finally, after this show, which at this point means after this run, stay tuned. There's going to be a Pokemon Platinum Diamond Pearl anniversary showcase. And then tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, we've got PB Precipice. Dangerous TV is going to be showcasing what PB attempts look like for Super Mario Odyssey. But for right now, hey Leggy, you were supposed to run this for Flame Fatales, but scheduling just didn't work out because, you know, schedules are schedules. But maybe you'd be willing to run it for us, like now? How about now?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it now. Now sounds good.
All right, you take it away.
Hey, Sanjin, how you doing now that you've gotten your half of this over with?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
Now I get to take the back seat this time and chill.
Yeah, you get the easy part now. Yeah, so we're gonna be starting off on Hunt for reasons that we'll get into. I'll just go ahead and count us in down from 5. So run will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, so we started Haunted for this because, aside from Tressa, he's the next easiest person to get evasive maneuvers, so generally you would grab Cyrus, but we can't grab Cyrus in here because he's
a boy.
Dude. No dudes allowed, so... Haunted has a very convenient way of getting to the Scholar Shrine and getting evasive maneuvers without needing Cyrus. So you're gonna notice that she sold her olives here because she needed to afford the wolf bow for a fight later on here. And we are doing 2 mandatory provokes, so for those of you who were before here, Haunted is the opposite of Obrick. So Obrick, quote-unquote, honorably challenges someone to a duel, but Haunted just straight up provokes someone, and she's got her army of Pokemon, as we call them, to help her out, which is actually, unfortunately, in the speedrun, not a great thing, because her Pokemon in this game aren't the best. And we do have some mandatory provokes to go through, so we'll have to find some alternate ways, which thankfully we use Soul Stones, but that's pretty much it for the provokes.
Yeah, now I've got a little more plot before we get to the first boss fight coming up here, where we'll have our 1/1 final use of the Pokemon that we're going to catch. We're going to catch a fox on not this screen, but the next one, and use that for this upcoming boss fight. Just because it's early, there aren't really that many Soul Stones floating around, and it's just a nice codified way of getting through this solo chapter 1.
Nice surprise. So when you surprise your foe, you get preempt the first turn here, and it's actually convenient too because you get to flee for free. So let me explain them a little briefly about this break system. So each enemy has a shield, and when they're broken, they lose their action for the current turn and the next turn, and you're able to do more damage to them, but you're also able to get a free flee from them.
Are you ready to say it with me? Pokeball, go!
Whoa, that's 100% catch.
Yeah, it's almost like that's planned or something.
Yeah, Hana just basically threw a Master Ball.
Yeah, luckily the monsters in this first dungeon are actually, if I can menu correctly, relatively easy to catch. Yeah, okay, I've got enough HP to tank these next 2 hits. But unfortunately, we didn't get any of the blind procs from the foxes, so we do have to take that quick moment to heal.
Yeah, we actually don't want to use normal attacks because as you see there, this Arma kind of has like a counter-attacking mechanism. Because when you hit with a physical attack, he'll attack back and it hurts. So that's why we grab the fox there, which is a guaranteed first encounter in that forest. Because when you attack with like your Pokemon, it doesn't trigger the counter-attack mechanic.
All right, we got
Nice.
1 miss there, so that's good.
Nice blind when Hana didn't really need it, but you know, we take those.
Yeah. Look, it might not have been useful, but it was awesome.
Just cool to see like those misses, but yeah, you want blind there, and it matters a lot more in the beginning.
Yeah.
So you can skip the heal, but it's not a big issue if you miss the heal or you don't get blinded. You just slightly annoyed, probably.
Yeah, honestly, I go in expecting to need the heal, and if I can manage to skip it, that's awesome.
Yeah. And I do actually want to point out that for those of you who were here before for my all males run, I was playing it with English voices, but Leggy is actually playing it in Japanese voices, and this actually matters. So, technically, all males can play it in English just fine because we don't have very long lines, but in all females, it matters a lot because Haunted has very long lines in English, and if you get a certain line in English, because like the characters will say their lines like before at the start of each battle, and you have to wait till the line's done, and Haunted will talk a lot, and you lose like 1 or 2 seconds if you get that certain line. So that's why she's playing in Japanese voices. So we're gonna go through here. I believe you're looking to kill these foxes because they give you a nice amount of JP.
Yep.
And it just makes grinding for evasive maneuvers a little safer. Unfortunately, Cyrus doesn't get that luxury. The Haunted's way of gaining evasive maneuvers is we can use our friend Provoke and to provoke someone on the way to the Scholar Shrine, and we're gonna make some nice use of that because we can. It's pretty much going to allow us to basically get to Noble Court at really low levels, with hopefully not getting an encounter.
Yeah. The dream, of course, is that we find a cat or a Kate, which, if you're familiar at all with the Dragon Quest games, they are basically the metal slimes of this. Very evasive, very prone to running, very high experience.
Yeah, you deal like, I think 1% of the normal damage that you would do. This also applies to soul stones.
Yeah. But the good news is that in this run RNG,
Yep.
the good news is that the base level cat in these areas have 4 hit points, and since run attacks will deal a minimum of 1 damage, if you run into one, you just fire rain of arrows and hope you get lucky and get that 4th hit.
Yeah, so you have to get an extra hit on Rain of Arrows, which sometimes can happen. You have a better chance of it if you boosted it, but sometimes, sometimes it's just not the deal. Sometimes it just doesn't happen, and then the little kitty runs away, and then you're a very sad panda.
Yep.
Oh dear, not the ants.
Yeah.
Ants hurt. They like to yum yum you, but thankfully you escape from it, so that's not too bad. But
Yeah.
even if you died here, there's an autosave mechanic that just puts you to the area that you were in before, so very convenient.
Yeah, and especially when you're learning the route and trying to explore various places, that autosave mechanic can really save your bacon. Because, like, if you're running around an area because you forgot where, like, one particular treasure box is, autosave, if you take an encounter and wipe to it, will just put you back to the start of that area.
Yeah, so
Most of the time.
So the reason why Hana was able to enter the Scholar Shrine without any buses, the provoke mechanics, though. There is that guy there on the way to the Scholar Shrine, and we provoked him. Not really to beat him up with our Pokemon, because we can't do that anyways. But we have to. But the nice mechanic that provokes is that the battle will actually reset our step encounter, and step counters are based on step, or kind of the encounter system is based on steps.
Yeah.
So that's why we're able to make it to through here without getting an encounter. Because if we got an encounter here, it's very bad news.
Yes. And as you can see, Hot 8 is taking a bit of a reputation loss from doing these provokes, but we don't need to worry about it. It's fully scripted. And for the most part, this run doesn't really worry about rogue path actions outside of these early provokes.
Yeah, so a fun fact about walking here. So if you walk, it takes more steps for you to get an encounter, or it takes a little longer for you to get an encounter here. So you generally will walk here for safety, because running from here to the guy isn't 100% guaranteed. But once you have evasive maneuvers on, though, it's running is basically the same as walking when it comes to step counter. But I don't believe we've explained evasive maneuvers yet, right? This is the reason why we're going on went on that long detour to get the ice or the light M. So evasive maneuvers is a skill where it increases the amount of steps you can take before you get an encounter. So that's why. So we need a total of 130 JP. Now 100 because she learned Lightning Blast. And
yeah, the nice thing is that with that one fox I fought, I hit exactly that 30 threshold. So now I just need 100 more.
Okay, so we're in our favorite area here. So since Haunted has Lightning Blast, it's about a 33% chance to get the encounter we want, assuming we don't get ambush. So we're looking for owls or worms. This is not a worm, so we're just gonna we're just gonna die here. We don't really want to grind outside just because it takes a long time to grind, so
Yeah.
we're gonna be having a fun time in Whistlewood. Hopefully not as bad as my Whistlewood grind.
Yeah, no. We have the tools we need to defeat the enemies in here. It's just a matter of getting a pack that isn't just the frogs, because they aren't worth enough experience anyway.
Yeah, if you're really like pressed, you can like kill the better frog encounters without worms, and then just kill encounters on your way to Ripple Tide, which is where you're going after. It's not the most terrible decision, but you just basically want evasive maneuvers, because having to grind encounters outside just kind of sucks.
Oh,
Hello, kitty.
that will do just fine.
Yeah, so we got a kitty, which counts as an encounter that we want in Whistlewood. It'll give us more than enough JP that we need.
Indeed.
And that was a good grind. That was not bad at all. And so now we have evasive maneuvers on Haunted, and now we're ready to explore the world.
Yep. And if you were around last time, this first bit of exploration will look vaguely familiar. We'll actually be going into the town of Grandport, because that's where Tressa's final chapter takes place. But a lot of what we'll be doing here will look vaguely familiar, because again, all Octopath runs open some subset of the same 30 treasure chests.
Yeah, so we had to go round up quite a few items before we go grab our party members. So we'll be grabbing a nice bit of soulstones. We'll be tagging all the areas that we'll need to tag, so that we can quickly transition through doing each character's chapters here. So we'll be tagging Reptile here, but we won't be doing Justice Chapter 1 just yet, because we don't have any Soul Stones. Well, I think we forgot to explain Soul Stones, but Soul Stones deal fixed damage. So they deal a base of, the small ones deal a base of 200. The mediums deal 1100 base damage, and the large ones deal 2700 base damage, respectively. And so early on, they're especially very overpowered because it lets us easily take care of Chapter 1s without a hitch.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're gonna go through, grab some shrines here. I believe you do get the warrior shrine. Yep, you do.
Yep. As it turns out, if you were watching last time, some of the skills Ulbrich was using, 1,000 spears, cover, spearhead, insight, are pretty good buttons to have in our repertoire.
Yeah, they're gonna be very useful for a couple bosses coming up as well. Because if we didn't have the warrior shrine, we'd be in big trouble
Yeah.
for a certain boss. Also, as in we went through here, this Walk to Stone Guard kind of sucks because we have to go through it. It's a pretty decent chance of getting the encounters. You can't really do much to flee from the encounter, mostly. It's gonna kill you if you get the encounter, so hopefully no encounters.
Yeah. Honey's gonna start her chapter 2 and then just be like, nah, we'll do that later.
Yeah, Hana's just procrastinating. She can attend to that later.
And she's taking
Wow,
after her mentor.
That's really early.
Yeah.
Yeah. So say hello to our friendly neighborhood bull and Birdie. That's not a true RPG jerk bird, but hopefully we don't see the other RPG jerk birds. But since she saved before that, dying here is not a big deal. Since this next pass now here is guaranteed.
Yeah, there will be some places where, you make the save at the halfway point and just go for it. Because if you do get the encounter, it'll just wipe you and send you back to the book. Here, though, old habits die hard. I'm just gonna do the save and quit.
Yeah, so this area is pretty long, and it's not likely we'll make it through to the merchant shrine here without an encounter, so there's a couple ways you can reset the encounter steps. So you can do it by, as what Leggy just did here, saving and quitting. That resets it. Transitioning to a different area with the same name. Or that doesn't have the same name, then it's not most mansions. Is another way you can reset step encounter. The third way that you saw much earlier was provoking and challenging. The other way is to, which you'll see later on when we deal with optional boss prompts in optional dungeons. If you say no to it, that also resets your step encounter.
Yeah. I think I only have to do one of those, and I will not... This route does not use the buffer glitch that, if you were watching the previous run, you saw Sanjin use a couple of times to sneak past those boss encounter triggers.
Yeah, so this run is for all intents and purposes completely glitchless.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just making our way through here. We're going to provoke this guy to reset our step encounter. the reputation loss is totally okay because I don't think you don't do anything related to it really in this area anyways.
Yeah, no, the only time we really do anything that even worries about reputation loss is when we're doing these early provoke runs. The only other path action we use outside of, obvious plot stuff is Tressa's. Because Tressa's path action is very good.
Yeah, you'll be seeing Tressa's path action eventually, but it's a very overpowered path skill, and then basically lets you buy pretty much like a large variety of items, soul stones, etc. And
Yeah, if you were here for the last run, you may have seen Sanjin sweating over like 80% steals or whatever. Tress is just like, okay, but what if instead of RNG, I solve this problem with money?
yeah, Tressa solves every single problem with money. And also looting from poor, unfortunate souls.
Which,
To fund
gives
her,
money.
To fund her buying expenses. Yeah, so I believe this is the end of our first part of our various amounts of exploration.
Yep. After this, we're going to do a quick break from exploration to grab our next two characters before doing a little more exploration.
Yeah, so we did go in here for the all males run, so we're gonna loot the same chest here.
What?
What?
How?
That's the second time I've ever seen this.
Hey,
No way.
I think you get to say the thing because I actually have never seen an encounter in this area.
I've
Yeah,
only had it once ever. That is very rare. Wow.
So that has never happened to me before.
That's something. Wow. Yeah, you can pretty much like almost 99% of the time get through here without an encounter, but
Yeah, no, like... Honestly, if I was feeling a bit more facetious, I'd joke, yeah, they just forgot to put counters in that dungeon, but clearly...
yeah, thankfully that's a quick death though. Because
Yeah.
those mobs in there are pretty much hurt and you're only one person. But wow. That's the second time I've ever seen that. So we're gonna recruit our first party member here, Ophelia. So there's a specific order we want to recruit our party members, and we get Ophelia second because her bosses has a decent amount of HP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll be picking up Tressa next, specifically because Tressa's boss is actually a pair of bosses. There's two pirate bros, and the good news about having two bosses is that their HP pools are divided amongst each other. Which means that if we have a nice big, say, AoE that they're weak to or something, wink wink.
Yeah, we kind of like when you route categories like these, you kind of want to do it in such a way that you make the most efficient use of the soul stones that you have.
Yeah.
So luckily, I think Guardian has like 4k HP or so. So we need that Wendell and a little more to kill him. So yeah, soul stones deal a lot of damage because the Guardian was weak to wind. It dealt more than the base 2700. So when you hit an enemy's weakness, you deal 1.3 times the amount of damage that you normally would when you hit an enemy's weakness directly.
Mm-hmm. And one
Now
of the
we're-
important... Sorry.
Now I was just saying we're gonna immediately pick up our third character Tressa because, as like you stated earlier, we're basically gonna be taking care of her bosses in one go.
Yeah. Sadly, this first screen here is just long enough that encounters are not only likely, I believe they're effectively one is effectively certain. Yep,
Yeah, it's
there we
more-
go.
It's more ideal when you have two people because it's always gonna be a bird, but when we have three people, it's not guaranteed to be one birdie. But hey, you got the first try flea. Let's go. Yeah, you're guaranteed to get an encounter on that first screen, unless you're like extremely lucky. I think theoretically it's possible to not get an encounter there if you get the maximum number of steps, but I've never seen that before. So, in my many runs of running through Trestle 1, so maybe someone can prove me wrong one day.
かかってこい。暗い。
Yeah, you blinked, you basically missed it. Those bosses went bye-bye, pretty much.
Yep. And now that we've picked up some characters, it's time to go do a bit more exploration. Doing Tressa's chapter here is honestly incredibly convenient because this is a great jumping off point for where we need to go to next.
Yeah, so we'll be doing kind of like part 2 of our exploration. So in our first pass, we went to the Grand Port areas, but the second pass, we're going to be going through the west side. So we'll be tagging Sunshade, later for Primrose, etc.
Yeah, we won't be picking up Primrose at the moment, but we'll be stopping by, tagging the town, because it will be another useful jumping off point for a later exploration phase. Wait, no. Autopilot, I actually have to go up and around. Funny, you spend enough time going down that way in these runs. There we go.
Yeah, there's always plenty of moments where you can get like confused just because like sometimes you go pretty much go on the same path, but you take a slightly different route, like with that one.
Yeah. And like going up past Ulbrich's town always just feels slightly out of the way. Plus going down the way I do is kind of the default way to get to Marsalam. So it's the one exception that makes it frustrating to remember.
Yeah, so I believe in here, I think we'll be, we'll pretty much be tagging the whole entire, a lot of like the west half that we go to, though we won't be going down to like Orwell and Riverford as you saw in All Meals, because none of the ladies have a chapter over there. So we'll only be hanging around the Quarry Crest area, and we'll be also skipping Clearbrook because we're not getting Alphen.
やむを得ませんかかってこい
Look, I just like my YOLO runs.
Hey, I do too. It's always very sad when you don't get the flea.
Right? Yeah, second try, I'll take that.
Yeah, fleeing is a little bit riskier, especially when you have more party members, because if you fail a flee, it'll be like, oh, your character tripped and fell, and it'll do that like 4 times. And when you're in a large group of enemies that all get their turns, it just makes it really slow.
Yeah. This is another one where I'm gonna save, but go for it. I've had incredibly bad luck on the screen before.
You can get an encounter going to Quarry Quest? I've never seen that before.
I've had it happen, and not just like in, you know, like obviously if you're doing theory and single story and you don't have evasive maneuvers yet, you can. But I feel like I've gotten it once or twice on, you know, with evasive maneuvers.
Huh, that's interesting, because yeah, I've never seen that happen to me before, but that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, good old Therion, because he has to go there to the derelict mine, which I don't think all females goes to.
No.
I think all rogues does, yeah. And that fun is just funny because the general optimal way of doing this is save there, and then just let Therion run to his death, pretty much, so that you can reset your step encounter. So we do Tressa's chapter here first, just because it's convenient.
Plus, it gives
we
us a
have to
few
do
extra
Lana.
soul stones to throw at the next couple of fights.
Yeah, so you have to do a whole bunch of purchasing here, and you're gonna be here at the top, so
Yep.
you're gonna be running. You don't want to run around all the way down to the bottom, so we just take this time to do something else, pretty much.
Yep. We're gonna come back to Stoneguard, and we're gonna once again look at Hanit Chapter 2 and go, nah.
So we're going up to our favorite area here. Well, for me, but you're gonna be here for a little bit less longer. Since you're gonna be unable to grab one of the items from there, but it's still really important to go here just because the Death Cleaver is just that good.
Yeah. We are gonna pick up a few of the extra items here, though, a few of the extra other items that you bypassed. Like, I'm gonna run down, I'm gonna grab that money item. And of course, I do need to run up and tag the town itself, because that's where Primrose Chapter 4 is.
Yeah, so the Everhold tunnel, or not Everhold tunnel, Everhold screen is pretty long, so you have to do a save and quit there, especially because she grabbed both of those items.
Yep.
And then now she has to go run back down and save and quit, and just to get to Everhold tunnels.
Yeah. And if y'all remember everyone's favorite axe, the Death Cleaver, we'll be putting it to good use in this route. Slightly less because, you know, double merchant power. But this route will still make very good use of it.
Yeah, so you're gonna see plenty of haunted axing people action. Because haunted has pretty good physical attack. Actually, I think the highest physical attack.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
I think she has the highest. It was either her or not Therion, but her or Ulrich.
I'm gonna save here because I've had some really rough luck with this run before.
Oh, that's a good save to have, because yeah, this run control you pretty much.
Yeah. Like, some days you feel like you're doing it, 100% perfectly, the same way you've done it a million times, and the game's like, nah, take 3 encounters in a row before the reset. Don't worry about it.
Yep, I've been there, whatever, whole tunnels.
Yep.
Yeah. But it is really that much necessary there. Because you get a good amount of money and you get that. But yeah, we don't get the knowledge staff that you saw me looting a couple
Yeah.
hours ago. They can't get that anyways, because no Therion.
We are going to go back to Stone Guard yet again. But yeah, especially because we do have the double merchant, we'll be using some scholar abilities to mostly just get double hits on enemy weaknesses, but we won't be pushing it for damage the way Cyrus did in the last run.
See, this run always kind of like trips me out, like in the few times I've done Therion single story, because it's just a weird way to walk through to get the wellspring, because I'm used to going through the other side
Right.
for it. Nice, no encounter.
Yeah.
That screen kind of sucks.
That screen is a little scary.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we also can't get that fancy 20k chest, I think. I always forget. I just know there's a lot of money in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not going to get anything out of the catacombs either. We just need it for the step reset.
I've had people tell me they got encounters from the catacombs to Marcelim, and it's never happened to me before, but the thought of that scares me.
Yeah, that... You know the meme of the kid with the shirt that says no fear that turns into one fear?
Yeah.
You saying that basically put me through the entire arc of that comic.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, Tressa buys things. It's really good.
Yeah, it's incredibly good, because as you see there, let you just casually just spot a whole bunch of soul stones, because I had to worry about soul stones because I can only get it really through looting and stealing. And I get to sweat over Therion doing his job, but Leggy has a free pass, pretty much.
Yeah. However, interestingly though, you might think, oh, then, all female travelers doesn't need to worry about endless items procs. The answer to that, of course, is actually, optimally, we get 4. Specifically on soul stones.
That's rude.
Okay. Okay, everyone lived. We'll just drop a soul stone and call that a day. This is actually routed in. What it'll mean is I'll do a save and quit during Ophelia Chapter 2, where I would normally take an encounter.
Do you do it inside Mirkwood or outside?
I do it outside because there are, those trolley lizards that appear outside.
Our favorite salamanders, yeah.
Yeah. So I'd rather take the encounter inside because the outside ones are I like them a lot less.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, typically, I think you have a free get out of jail free soul stone allocated for either the Thief Shrine run or the Ophi 2 outside Mirkwood, because you tend to also get encounters outside Mirkwood. I think the
Yeah.
one inside Mirkwood is just automatically routed in.
Yes. The good news is that the save book outside of Mirkwood, you know, if you take the encounter we did, I'll just save and quit there.
Yeah. Though you do sometimes get to get encounters before that, which is really annoying, but not the worst thing in the world.
That's life for you.
But I don't know how I'm not 100% sure how the M-Stone route
Yeah.
plays out.
Did not get
because-
the encounter inside of the catacomb there, which is nice.
Yeah.
かかってこい食らえ
Because normally for the encounter outside Mirkwood, you can actually kill them with an M-Stone and then a little bit of damage from Haunted, since Haunted has Kate XP.
Yeah, that's fair.
Which, fun fact, even though levels don't 100% matter as much, you still get like a hidden damage bonus based on your level.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah,
especially
it's
Haunted with
just
Kate
like-
XP, you can deal a decent amount of damage with a fully boosted Blizzard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is like a hidden small scale that goes from like, what, 0.75 to at level 1 to 1.5 at level 99 or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
It's a lot more important in full game categories, but it's not a big deal here. Yes. We grabbed the Apothecary Shrine because that's where our favorite axe attack is.
Yep. And I know this particular category has gone through at least 3 different routes that I've personally run. This particular run that I'm doing right now being the third and most recent of those. But the initial route that I started running for this category a while ago did not get the Apothecary Shrine at all. Or at the very least, did not worry about Amputate at all. And so when... I forget who did the first initial reroute. I want to say it was Quadra.
It was Zonorous who did the very first route of all females.
Yeah, and that did a lot of optimization, added in, hey, you know what's really good? Death Cleaver plus Amputate. And it's just really awesome to watch a route evolve and become more and more optimized.
Yeah, there's just been a lot of like really little nifty time stays and stuff that have been like improved upon slowly.
Yeah, because, you know, this game is deep and complex, and it has a lot of moving parts that you can fiddle around with. And so, you know, routers have been tweaking and optimizing and improving this game over its entire lifespan. Feels like the wrong word, but I can't think of a better one. So I just want to take this quick moment to do just a shout out to all of the awesome people who have put together.
Really?
Of course I do. Of course.
Oh, hey, it's those salamanders you were talking about. Those are the ones that you like to see.
See, I have a... Oh, that's rude. That is rude.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take the wipe here.
You could probably kill them with Haunted.
Yeah.
If you use Blizzard.
Yeah, but with 2 people dead, it was just like, eh.
Yeah, it wouldn't be very good for the olive count.
Yeah. Like, it's a showcase. It's rough, but if the rest of the team had lived, I probably would have just gone for the Blizzard. Really?
Oh, that's even ruder. I believe SP-wise, only Ophelia's SP matters, because it just means you have to, if you don't get an ideal one, you just have to delay cover.
Yeah, I'm just gonna drop the large stone here, and I'll just be 1 large stone behind, and we'll worry about that later.
Yeah, there's plenty of places to get extra soul stones.
Oh yeah. Like
the
that
round's
has
little.
become future Leggy's problem.
That's the play. Yeah, I'm sure there's a couple runners who would say the salamander sound, but I cannot say it. Wow. Okay. Our party's not really catching any good breaks today.
Yeah. We're just gonna call this one a wipe. So as you see, in the prior run, all the good luck got used, so I'm just here showing what happens when RNG decides to smile a little less favorably.
I blame Therion. There we go. And
Yeah.
and Alphin's they took all the luck at the tavern drinking.
Yeah, Therion stole all the luck. Really?
Oh my goodness. Oh, they don't kill anyone? Okay, that's rude.
Okay.
We'll try all of
well,
it. I guess.
Tress has got the extra JP from the fight outside of the Thief Shrine, so I'm just gonna hope this is okay.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Hey, remember
Yeah.
that
No, she'll be
time
fine.
that time that you went to Whisperwood and it didn't take you 10 minutes to leave?
Oh yeah, I guess that also helps.
I guess that balances out.
Yeah, anyway, I'm gonna do my menu now.
Yeah, so for this first part, we're gonna give we're putting all the standard abilities on Haunted, and we're gonna give her good old amputate for axe action, and we're gonna have Ophelia be our Ophelia be give our party members endless items, except for Haunted. So Tressa and Prim will be our merchants. Ulfi will be our stand-in thief. And I believe you need, well, since you have to use an extra soulstone, you'll need a couple EI procs, like 5 in
Yeah,
total.
so I'll just
but
go ahead and equip that now. Technically, you want to wait for it a little bit, but
yeah,
given
you
that I'm already
definitely use it whenever.
yeah, given that I'm already a little bit behind on the stones, can't hurt to have that up. All right, press to defend.
We'll say
Dabby,
hello to Doggo.
everyone's favorite pupper.
You can actually miss attacks on Pupper, but it's not a really big deal. He doesn't really do
Yeah.
anything to you.
それではそのまま崩します
So we're gonna put armor corrosive. And then we're gonna pay to win.
相打つ
Also, straight out the box, Haunted dealt like 7k damage thanks to our good old friend Amputate.
And our first instance of this being pay-to-win content.
少年だからって
So yeah, a lot of these fights are kind of mostly scripted, especially Doggo, because Doggo just goes raw at you and doesn't really do anything on your first turn, so pretty easy
Yeah,
to break.
There's a fair number of Octopath bosses that use their first turn, or at least their first action, to, you know, posture at you.
Yeah, all chapter 3 bosses except for Yvonne do this. They'll go like get angry or go raw at you. Pretty much.
Yeah. Here we're going to start another chapter where we're going to go all the way to the back of town and then teleport off to do a bit more exploration after a certain point.
Yeah, so we need to buy a couple of HP boosting items because we're going to be coming up facing a boss, which will be guaranteed to do damage to us, and we need to have just enough HP to tank the damage.
Yeah. And the good news is that Hanit, based off of the experience we've been getting, will be fine. Everyone else just needs a little bit of help to shore up.
Yeah, and bracelet or HP boosting items are really good because usability-wise, they scale far better than armor does. Armor still helps, but HP items help you heaps more.
Mm-hmm. Now, especially because HP items are just a generic buff to your defenses, whereas armor, you know, physical or magical defense.
Yeah, so technically we
that's-
could go to a different area, but we're just gonna go do some business elsewhere, and we're just gonna take the time to go to Grandport.
Yep. And while we're doing a bunch of running around, where Therian was doing a bunch of stealing, Tressa's gonna do a bunch of shopping. Which I guess is kind of like stealing, except you give people things.
She got a good deal off of them, I mean.
Yeah.
She's a good negotiator sometimes. When you buy stuff from merchants, she has a chance to get a discount. It starts at 10%, but once you get higher level, the discount increases. But at her low levels, it's not likely she'll be getting a discount.
Yeah. It's nice, but it's not a deal breaker either way. I'm just sad that we no longer bring the lady down on the beach there along anymore.
Oh, right, because I think you, yeah, because I think you used to complete a quest with her.
Yeah, that you can take her to a place in Tressa's starting town to basically complete a side quest and get just a little bit more in the way of resources for taking on some of the endgame chapters. But the hilarious part is you would grab her fairly early on and drag her around while you finished most of the chapter 2s and 3s until you did Tressa's chapter 4, which put you back in her starting town.
Yeah, I believe this newest route iteration skipped that, and this route also used to do Rune Blade, but we skipped that now. just because we were able to cut off a couple uses of our good old hired help friends.
Mm-hmm. Swarky. Do a quick menu.
So here we're just equipping everyone with HP items here.
Yep.
And
Heal everyone up.
I believe you... Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna be going off the do big damage with Axis route because on it needs a warrior to be able to break off some shields for later on.
Yeah.
For this up and coming boss.
Yeah, plus we put cover on Honey so that we can smooth out some bad hits from a couple upcoming bosses. Last possible second.
A very convenient surprise.
Indeed. No, you're surprised.
Yeah, so, oh right, we don't finish Ulfi 3 because we're kind of too low level to be able to tank hits from there, so we do a bit of a detour and do some other people's chapters. Procrastination is the key.
Indeed. We're gonna do Prim 2 because we have to run there. It's also the same town where Hanit 3 happens. So once we tag Victor's Hollow, we're gonna run over to Still Snow, do Prim 2, and then we'll go do Ophelia 3. Still haven't gone anywhere near Hanit 2 yet.
Yeah, actually, you won't be doing Haunted 2 for a very long time.
Yeah, we won't be doing that until we actually finish both of Primrose and Ophelia's stories.
Yeah, because I believe Haunted's chapter bosses are just very, very chonky, and they have a lot of HP. Like, you can technically do them now, but it's a better use of supplies to wait till later on, because then Amputate will do more damage.
Yeah. Plus, we have to have the various resources to get through the solo fights with Hanit. Like, her chapter 2 requires 2 provokes to get through. And the way that the Soulstone route is set up, we're gonna put those off for a bit.
Yeah, so we're just gonna be doing Prim's chapter 2 while we're still here, just because it's conveniently on the way after our little battle of exploration, which is this the last big part of exploration you do? I think you have tagged everything by that time.
Yeah, I think this is the last real big bit of exploration. There might be 1 or 2 things left to do. I know after this we're gonna go up and grab the Maw of the Ice Dragon, because that's just some cash. Alright, now that we've got all that fun plot stuff in town taken care of, it's time to run into a dungeon real quick. Luckily, this dungeon is small and straightforward. this screen here is basically it. Plus, this cutscene in the middle, I believe, does help reset threat.
Yes, it also resets your step encounter. I forgot to mention that. Cutscenes also
Yeah.
reset your step encounter.
I mean, it's not something you really think about because you're just like running through and they're going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
悪くない舞台じゃない
Okay.
行くわよ
Yeah, we're gonna go for the mercs because one of the benefits of hired help mercenaries is they do give a defense up for a bit. And since it's early enough, it is worth using to just tank the damage.
負けません
Yeah, Rufus has a beefy number of shields. That's why we needed Han to specifically switch to warrior. And the class is also going to be useful for Ulfi's Chapter 3 boss.
We're gonna get the break there.
行きましょう
Sophie's gonna throw a medium stone.
踊ろうかしら行くわよ
More pay to win strats.
I love me some pay to win strats. Thanks, Tressa, for making this game pay to win.
Right? But with that, we've done a lot of wandering around, and I don't know about you, I like snow. So I think we're going to take a quick break, enjoy just the scenicness here, but we'll be back with more running around soon.
All right. So yeah, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Now's a great time to stretch your legs, refill your water. There's more traveling. There's more paths coming up. And then after that, there's going to be Pokemon. So tonight's content is far from over. So stick around, everybody. Like I said, stretch your legs, get some water, do all that stuff. Just like the last run, the second half is jam-packed full of stuff. Basically, everything starts happening, and then it accelerates, and it keeps on happening. So you won't want to miss it. And we're back. It's time to finish another Octopath. It's time to finish our 16th path. As that's how the numbers work. I ran the math. There were 8 paths, and now there are 8 paths. That's 16. That's how math works. That's numbers. But before we do that, just a couple of announcements. Just for anybody who's just rolled in, if you've missed out on any GDQ hotfix shows, any GDQ content at all, really, check out our archive at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. If you're watching on YouTube, the opposite is true. You should come on over to twitch.tv/gamesdonequick and catch our live shows. Most nights at 7 p.m. Eastern, something cool is going to be happening. We're going to be shifting our times for some of our GDQ hotfix shows. You might have guessed that based on what I just said. Head on over to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix for all the info that you could possibly want, really, about hotfix shows, but also the schedule. GDQ Sums of Best Segments is now launched on YouTube. It's a highlight channel. It's going to have regular videos all the time updating, just like our main channel, but it's going to be highlight reels from all of our main events and hotfix. After this show, I mentioned this right before we left, but after this show, we've got Pokemon Platinum, Diamond, Pearl, Anniversary Showcase. It's going to be tons of fun. You're going to want to stick around for it. And then tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, we've got PB Precipice, where Dangerous TV is going to be showcasing what PB attempts look like in Super Mario Odyssey. But for right now, we're going to showcase what playing Octopath Traveler really, really well looks like. Hey, Leggy, it's your turn. You do the thing. You're playing the game. You can talk now.
Wait, heck, I'm supposed to be playing really, really well? Oh, okay. Well, we're back from Snow Day. And I do have a few more quick stops to make before we actually continue knocking down some bosses. You have to run up here. I used that extra large soul stone earlier, and there's actually one in here that's not part of the route. It used to be. It isn't anymore. I'm gonna grab it because I'm behind. You know, save myself a little bit of headache and heartache. But what is on the route is that 30k leaves. That is exactly 1 use of hired help veterans. That's really good. We like using hired help veterans here. But now with that, back over to Goldshore. You may be thinking, hey, don't you need to talk to that person with the green text bubble above their head like you do every other person with the green text bubble over your head? The answer, of course, is no. We can totally skip him. This screen can be a little rough RNG-wise. The encounter rate can troll you, but got lucky. That's good. Here in the Seaside Grotto, we do 1 save and quit when we get to the book, and that threat reset will be enough to get us to the boss with hopefully no issues. Here is said book. I love the running water sounds they use in this game. Just like listen to that. Alright. So Tressa is going to defend. Anit is going to use Leg Hold Trap to make sure Mystery Man doesn't get another chance to act in this fight. Primrose is going to feed Tressa a pomegranate We do get a proc there. That will be important to pay attention to for later. Armor Corrode on Shady Figure. Tressa is going to Merchant Skills, Hired Help. Mercenaries at 4. We get a quick break. And, well, quick axe. Bandits 2 for a few more axes to get the other break. We will Armor Corrode the other one. Tressa is going to use the Donate BP skill, which gives 1 BP plus the number of BP you boosted with to another member of your party, which is great for some of these fights because it allows us to manipulate just how many BP we have floating around. Hanit is going to axe the Shady Figure because otherwise this is a damage range, but then we just drop a large stone. Do get the Endless Items proc there. That is good. That is 1. We need 3 more. I'm going to finish up the chapter. Then we're just going to go knock down Primrose 3 real quick. Here, we're going to do another quick menu because we're going to give everyone the skill, the passive skill Hail and Hearty, which is actually really nice and really straightforward. It gives everyone 500 HP. Or at least anyone who has it equipped, 500 HP.
Yeah, you have to take quite a few hits.
Yeah.
Overall, we didn't really in all meals because we pretty much were able to pretty much just cheese them, but we don't, unfortunately, Leggy does not have this luxury.
Indeed. Facilitate and Last Stand. Okay. Down to Noble. Well, I guess it's up to Noble Court. And we sit through just so much cutscene. There is so much cutscene at the start of this chapter.
Yeah, it's not to the level of Alphin's cutscene, but there's a decent amount of cutscenes here.
Yeah, I do think this is the single most bit of cutscene in Female Travelers. Of just like consecutive scene after scene after scene after scene with nothing in between.
Yeah, so to recap, for those of you curious on the difference on all males and all females, the reason why the all females is shorter because the chapters are shorter. Like in all males, you have to deal with Ulrich's chapters, which is very long. Alphin's chapters are also pretty long. There's just a lot of cutscenes attached to it, and you have to do more. You have to do. You're more dependent on exploring the other area, or you're more dependent on exploration, just because you have to get a lot more things to compensate for only having one merchant.
Now we're going to do a quick save and quick here to reset our threat.
Yeah, so you notice that Leggy chose to transition to the next screen, go back and use the autosave reset because it makes us take a little bit less steps to here. Because this you're kind of likely to get an encounter going through here if you had done it the usual way. Oh,
Still did.
no. That's bad. That's
What are these weak to?
I think either bandits or mercs.
Okay. I'll try Mercs because... Okay.
I think the other
so
ones
the,
are
the,
the
the
back ones
answer is
are
probably one of each.
Yeah.
私の出番だな頑張りますさせませんさあ
Either that or daggers.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out.
お金に糸目はつけるぞ
Okay. That does it.
行きましょう
As you can see, I'm just on the door there. Tessa is going to eat a pomegranate.
Yeah, this fight's a little weird than what you normally do, because normally you have to break to use, normally you'd want to break and then use vets, but for this fight, we're just gonna straight up, we're just straight up gonna use, excuse me, use vets to help break.
Nice 4-hit.
That's pretty convenient. Conveniently, Albus is also weak to sword, so vets deal a little bit more damage there, so we don't lose as much damage.
Mm-hmm.
But we kind of do the flat out break because we need to collect Albus. This route uses has a much bigger use of collect because a lot of these bosses can be collected for free money.
Yeah. And who's gonna say no to free money? Certainly not Tressa when she pulls it out of a random guy's wallet.
She has an eye for finding a lot of unfortunate adventurers.
Or, alternatively, maybe she has an eye for finding adventurers who are about to become unfortunate.
Oh no. Tressa, no.
The other good thing about doing Primrose Chapter 3 right here is we're exactly where we need to be to start running up to the final city I think we need to tag. Which is Whisper Mill up here, where Ophelia Chapter 4 takes place.
Yeah, conveniently, there's a Cat's Eye there, which sells for a lot of moolah.
Yep.
We also get these guaranteed Drake encounters, but even though they ambush you, they don't really do anything except for press lower defense, and you just get annoyed. But that's why we learn Aerostorm on Haunted, because they're weak to bows and spears, and we get a free ride out.
Yeah, and Rain of Arrows is technically a multi-target skill, but it won't guarantee... One, it'll only guarantee you get 3 hits, and there's 4 shields between them. Secondly, it won't guarantee that it'll not bounce between the 2 of them.
Yeah, Aerostorm also has a similar properties as Rain of Arrows, where it's guaranteed to hit 3 times, so might as well use Aerostorm.
Mm-hmm. Now we've picked up a bunch of fun things, so it is time to sell them off. I do need to buy some quick healing items. and the Herb of Clamor, which will be incredibly valuable later on.
Very important. It is not a good day if you misfind those, which I have done before in Prim's single story.
Yep. I mean, Prim's Chapter 4 boss is never a fun time.
Oh yeah, it's bad in this category, but Primrose single story, it's something else.
Oh yeah. Like, I can only imagine, having not run Prim's single story myself.
Yeah, so
Anyway,
I
we're
think-
gonna... Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I believe in the old route you did Matthias much later, but since you have Hang Tough, but now you do Matthias a little earlier without Hang Tough, just because he's not that bad to deal with even without Hang Tough.
In the oldest route, we did Matthias much later, but in the one just before this one, we did Matthias fairly early on because we wanted to get the Badge of Friendship.
All right, does that skip? Does new route skip Badge of Friendship? I
It
assume
does.
It does. Oh, that's really good then.
Yeah. But we still do him early enough because, you know, the strats to clear him early have already been developed, so why not?
Yeah, he's kind of a pushover,
Yeah.
unless he's mean and double tap someone.
Which is always unfortunate. Use some quick healing. Yeah, and this fight
負けません
can be a bit of a pain if it goes badly.
Yeah. You have some safety guards because Haunted and Ophi have cover, but you want Matthias to do Consuming Darkness first, because you can't use cover against that attack. And Consuming Darkness is generally guaranteed to bring anyone into that's two procs.
Yep.
Guaranteed to bring two people out of or guaranteed to bring them into cover range.
暗い
Also, those cultists control you if they decide to spam soul stones.
Yeah. Honestly, I am always way more scared of the cultists than I am of Mateus himself.
Yeah, that just tells you how much of a pushover Matthias is, because even if he kills you, you just can just easily delay it, and he doesn't really do anything to you.
さてこれで雷打つそれではそのまま崩します
That's rude.
Hopefully won't be too much of an issue.
You can just break on turn 2 and then just use
Yeah.
the last bets on turn 5. It's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
You just get to be slightly annoyed because that's just Matthias being rude, but
行くわよいい
We'll do hired help here.
明日の晩
The problem is, though, I do need to do the full suite of hired helps. 'Cause I
Yeah,
do need
you
to
don't
hit
need
4
to-
of them.
you can delay it you can delay one of them to turn 5, so I would probably personally just olive and
Okay.
heal Ophelia.
Yeah.
And just you can technically save a palm just by doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Just leaving your BP as is. You can still vet with trust on this turn though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matthias being rude.
おーっ
And we'll do that.
You'll probably need to use a healing grape then, because Ulfi won't have enough HP.
Yeah.
Or a grape lunch. But I don't know if you use your healing grape lunch in other places.
Yeah, I like holding on to it for later. I might just give her another grape and then we'll see what happens. Alright, there is dialogue. Oh geez.
You can have
What?
you can olive with Prim, and then have on it break next turn.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Olive.
And then you'll probably need Ulfi to apply armor corrosive again.
Mm-hmm. See what we mean when we talk about, you know, how rough this gets when things go off the rails. I will donate. Build armor corrode. And then Tressa will donate to Prim. They'll be all the way up. Cool.
Yes, I believe you saved yourself a palm M there, which, I mean,
Is
I
it
guess
nothing?
the consolation prize is for Matthias being rude.
Mm-hmm. But, you know, after how rude this game is, I kind of want to take a break, play something different. So how do you feel about Celeste?
I've never played Celeste because platformers personally aren't something I go with. I've struggled with like some of the easy platformers like Ori.
Yeah. So we're going to take two girls up to the top of a mountain, and yay, we did it. We're done playing Celeste. Let's get back to Octopath.
Yay, Madeline and Madeline make up. That part I think I know because I've seen people play Celeste and wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now I need to teleport down here. Where's the tavern? There it is. Yeah, if you say no there, you just gotta go to the tavern and get the plot started. One of those little time losses that can happen.
And we do a mini quote-unquote exploration detour here to grab some stones and money because Primrose's Chapter 4 has 2 bosses and they are actual real 2 bosses.
Plus, you know, when there's just 30k hanging out there, that's easy enough to grab.
Yeah, you can't say no to it, so you need, I believe, 120k for this boss. And for the 2
Something like
bosses
that.
in total. Yeah, this boss is a pretty big headache.
Mm-hmm.
It's still a headache in here, but it's a even bigger headache in single story.
Yeah. And, like, it is easily the worst fight in this route.
So even more free money in there, because why not? So you can choose to go through the screen or you can YOLO it. That depends
Yeah,
on
I'm gonna
people's moods.
Well, I tried to YOLO it.
Oh, if you had a merchant first, you could. use
Yeah.
bandits on them, but yeah, they hurt. If they
Yeah.
get these guys roundhouse kick, they do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I went into that fight basically going like, I'm not getting out of this one.
Yeah, I think he had a chance if it were Merchant first, but unfortunately Ophelia was first.
Yeah.
That's okay though, it's not a big deal if you die here.
Oh yeah.
Sounds-
No.
I know that we've covered this a little bit before, a couple times now, but for people who are just showing up, boy, there haven't been that many encounters. How are you avoiding so many encounters?
So
Well-
we're avoiding a lot of encounters because of a support skill we have called evasive maneuvers, which doubles the amount of steps we take before we get an encounter. Since this game's encounters are kind of step based, so that's how we were able to go through really high level areas that we should not be in until much later without getting encounters. It's not perfect sometimes because some areas are just too long, and sometimes we take the risks, but yeah, that's how we're going through areas not for our level like a boss.
Yeah. And of course, there are some other techniques that we use, like saving and quitting, or changing screens that we can use to reset our threat. But I'm going to focus on this menu.
Yeah, so you can save and reload, go to a different screen, not in advance. You can provoke or challenge. You can say no to an optional boss prompt. And you can also go transition through cutscenes. So this large menu that she's doing here is to switch to get a Snatch on a lot of people. Because what Snatch does is that Snatch doubles the amount of money we can gain from like collects or steals, and we use a lot of we need a lot of money to fund our pay to win experiences, so that's why we teach pretty much everyone Snatch, except for Haunted because she doesn't really need to do any of that. And yeah, fun fact, we also switch evasive maneuvers off of Haunted and we put it on Tressa.
Okay. And we're just going to make a quick save here. Because this fight sure exists.
Yeah, this fight you basically do not want the male puppet there to press the sweep button. Because if it's the sweep button, then it goes really bad. But if we have... Well, I spoke too soon.
Okay. So, let's see here. Okay, I think I can do this. Yeah. Actually, I don't want you to boost. I want to boost... I want to boost Tressa. Oh, right, no. Prim was supposed to do the extra 2 hits here. I'm not sure I get out of this one.
Yeah, this one...
Might be a little too scuffed. Yeah, this might be a little. This might just be too scuffed.
Yeah, I think it's just easier to die here.
Yeah.
Because usually if someone dies, it's generally really bad news. Yeah, the basic premise of this fight is that you want to kill the ads as soon as possible, because after the ads are dead, Simeon 1 just pretty much just sits in his chair.
Mm-hmm.
So having
Yeah.
Ophi die was pretty unfortunate.
Okay, let's try this again. From the top.
I think you can Mercs here for...
Yeah. Oh yeah, I am fast enough.
Yeah, you have both of your merchants first. It should give you leeway against the puppet if puppet's being rude.
Which it is, but you know.
That's fine, because you should be able to win from here, because
I've got the Great Punch, so
lady
I'm just gonna
can't kill you.
trivialize this.
Yeah.
Puppets are down.
行きましょう。そのまま崩します。かかってこい。使え。
Alright, here we go.
私の番。お金に金さて。いい？さあ。
And so 2 vets are enough to kill Sam, but we actually want to leave him alive. Because we actually want to steal some stuff from him.
Indeed.
And collect their money, making use of our good old snatch.
Hit that collect button. That little bit of extra money. Donate some boost points over to Hanit, who is going to defend. We also just steal a few extra soul stones, because, you know, they're here.
Yeah, so because of Snatch, instead of 6.4k, we stole 12.8k, and instead of stealing 1 Shadow Stone, we stole 2. Unfortunately, we can't collect or steal from Simeon 2.
Oh, that's bad.
You can probably just clamor yourself.
Yeah.
It's not ideal that Ophelia can't use daggers, but you can have you can use hired help daggers in place.
Mm-hmm. Got nothing better to do.
You should use daggers, hired help daggers with Tressa. I
Yeah.
recommend it. Because you need
Yeah.
to get 2 hits.
Alright, there's that. Let's see what happens. That's fine. Um, here, you don't have daggers.
I would heal Primrose.
Yeah, yeah, good call. There it is.
使え私の番
I guess I'll do another dancer hit here.
Yeah, because you need extra hits.
Yeah.
You need one extra hit. And then you can heal Primrose again with on it.
Yeah, Prim is gonna defend.
使え
And then here, these skills. Armor Corrode.
崩します踊ろうかしら私の番お金にいただきこれを全力だ大切断踊ろうかしらいいさあ受けなさい症状を見ようさあどうする
Okay, yeah, I know Honey needs another point. I think I'm good at this point.
させません
And Glamour.
Prim is missing one BP, but you can just defend on her next turn for
Oh yeah,
the last bit of
Primrose is
BP.
missing one.
It's fine. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, no, I'm just
させてもらう
getting it in the head.
お金に糸目はつけないわしてくださいさあ
I'll just defend. Have you defend here. And do it next turn because I get that free BP back anyway, so
行くわよ
there we go.
いいさ
Nice. That was a good fight.
Yeah.
It is definitely a very scary fight because you have to kind of like find out what their Symbion is doing for both of the phases and just react to it. And you have to
Right.
keep track of your BP.
Yeah, no, the entire Simian fights are super technical, and thank you for the help there.
You're welcome. You did use 2 dancers, which is 5k, but I think you should still be okay on money.
Oh yeah, if I'm not, there's plenty of places where I can make up a little bit of cash.
Yeah.
立ちふさがるなら狩るだけだ
But yeah, this is why we had to kind of like do Simeon first before doing most of Haunted chapters, because now we have pretty much all the soul stones we need. And I think you're at 2 EI procs. That's 3.
狙い撃つ食らえ終わりだな
Yeah, unlike Ulbrich, you can't just throw money at old men to handle these
Yeah.
encounters. You're locked to only your Pokemon and your items. So that's why we have to go out of our way to get very specific soul stones. Because that
Just-
particular person was weak to only fire. So we have another kind of mini provoke fight here. Not as bad, but we have a very big angry tree.
Yeah, the only provoke fight that's actually worrisome, in my experience, is the chapter 3.
Yeah, Alea can really troll you.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate when you hurt yourself in confusion.
Yeah, any Pokemon runner would understand that. Thankfully, us Octo runners also understand your pain.
Indeed. Yeah, Panic Slash is the name of the move, and the confusion works exactly the way it does in Pokemon. You have a chance of doing what you're gonna do, or you have a chance of just punching yourself in the face. Alright. Now we're on, back to the easy fights. I'm just gonna hit this tree elk thing with a sword real fast and call it a day.
Yeah, the tree here is very chunky. It actually has the most HP out of any Chapter 4 boss. It has 45k. So, even though we have the power of money at our hands, we still need a little bit more. And we can also collect a nice chunk of money from it, so that's why we kind of waited till we had Snatch to collect some money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2k without even boosting. Pretty nasty damage.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting pretty deep into the run where even our base skills are doing a fair bit.
That's a big tree down.
Yep.
Well, this is a chill part of it for a little bit, just because we get to pretty much face roll some really easy bosses.
Yeah, which is a nice break from the terrifying Chapter 4 bosses we just had to do. I think I don't have the light medium soulstone, so I am gonna hop in here and just pick up some spares.
Yeah, that's not too bad of an idea. I think you can get a lot of spare money in this run as well as needed.
Yeah, the money route towards the end here isn't actually that super tight. Especially because worst case I can just run around on a few screens with Tressa.
And the good old Tressa method. When lacking money, run around and grab some money from unfortunate people. Works every time.
You poor unfortunate souls.
So this screen is actually, like, if you're playing a single story, or a category where we go here very earlier, these screens are really scary, but since this is actually a pretty low level for a chapter 2, and we're like in our high 20s, we don't really care. We just let them hit us. Like, it's still annoying to escape from if we fail escapes, but it's not a big deal.
Like, I could probably just throw a soul stone, and I will if I don't get away, but I did. Oh, whoops.
Yeah, so you're very likely to also get an encounter on the screen, but
Yeah.
they're kind of harmless. They just waste your time. Oh yeah, that's a very important item to get, the conscious stone.
Yes.
Oh, the double flea. Let's go.
I'll take that any day. Only my Tressa single story luck was ever that good. It won't be. The levels aren't there. But imagine.
Yeah. So there's not much to say about this boss. I mean, you kind of delay him because he doesn't really offer as much. Like, he gets a pretty pitiful amount of SP and EXP, or JP and EXP, when we kill him. And if we did this much earlier, his ads would hurt. Like, actually hurt. Alright, I didn't realize this was 2-turn. Because, yeah, if you do it earlier, it's usually a 3-turn.
Yep. But luckily, you know, we're late enough into the run. We have enough power overwhelming that it is just break one turn.
Just who cares about the ads?
Yeah. We're going to do enough damage that they are a non-issue.
I like how Holy Light, not even fully boosted, is enough, just because you're high level and Holy Light actually does decent damage.
Let me just double check my inventory. Well, I've got more than enough soul stones. There it is. I know how this map works.
Yeah, you're still at 3 EI procs, which is pretty decent.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully a lake will give you the 4th EI proc, and
Yeah, worst
everything will
case.
be a little more streamlined.
Yeah. The good news is if we miss one, that's really easy to recover from. We just grab the one in Tressa 4 that's on that first screen.
Yeah. When in doubt, chuck more soul stones.
Indeed. Now we're gonna do Hanit's chapter. Hanit chapter 3 features my least favorite screen in the entire game.
I hate that screen too. Even in full game categories, it's just a free time loss, and you get it pretty frequently.
Yeah, and because of the way the game works, if you get a cutscene that transitions you from one screen to the next, that doesn't actually trip the autosave.
Oh yeah, and if you die there, that's...
If you wipe on that second screen, the game's like, oh, you want to go all the way back? That's cool.
thankfully Lake's not a big threat to you in this category, but he's scary in Haunted Single Story.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Rogues.
Yeah, I didn't get the confusion. He didn't get his confusion proc off, but if he does get that in Haunted Single Story, you're basically just dead.
Yeah, especially if he doesn't have 2 consecutive turns, then Haunted just hits herself. Like you're kind of
Yeah.
out of luck. That's a very rude bear.
Right? I'm gonna try and run.
So I think the raccoons are weak to lightning, and the big bear is weak to axes. If you wish to
Okay.
try and smack them, but I don't know if Tressa has a. Oh, I was about to say that would be extremely rude if they silence Tressa.
Actually, you know what? We'll take the wipe here because, guess who forgot to go shopping? Guess who has,
Oh,
like,
right, you have to go
$0?
shopping. Oh no. Okay,
Yeah.
the big bear made your job a lot easier.
Yeah. Big Bear saved me from realizing that when I was at the dragon fight. So shoutouts to Big Bear. Big Bear is a friend today. Was off by one herb of revival, which is also very important for the same reason the conscious stone is. Honey's final boss can stun people, which I believe in this game is called unconscious.
Yeah, that's correct.
But you need the you can afford to get it on one enemy. You can't afford one character. You can't afford to get it on 2. Are these weak to anything?
These
fun
guys are
from
weak to fire.
Okay.
I don't remember the weapon weaknesses.
Yeah, I don't have any fire there, so I'll just let Tressa take care of it.
I know they're weak to spear.
Noted.
At least I think they're weak to spear. But you don't have good accuracy, so it's just safer to use fire or storm.
Yeah. When all else fails.
Yeah, that screen reload is important.
Yeah.
Or else,
Like, if this was an actual PB attempt, I would have just gone for it, but, you know, this is a showcase, and safety is important.
very
And of course,
nice,
because I took the
cameras.
safety, first try.
That's how it goes. So this is an entirely scripted boss, but Dragon is very chunky. He has a lot of defenses, and he has 63k HP.
Mm-hmm.
And even
The good news
like for
is
Chapter
he-
3 boss, vets don't deal a lot of damage.
Yeah. The good news is he has a glaring axe weakness.
Oh, that's pretty cool. The dragon pays for your last bets. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's really convenient.
どうする？お金にお金は勝利だからって
You know, it just amuses me how many of these bosses can be summarized as, you would have been fine if you just left your wallet at home.
Hey, now we're gonna finish Tressa 3. They're delaying it for a good while. Tressa 3's place has actually a decent amount of money around.
Yeah. Now that we got this cutscene out of the way, we're gonna do a quick menu. We're gonna take most of the gear off everyone. But, in exchange, we're gonna teach everyone Hang Tough. Do you want to explain how Hang Tough works?
So Hang Tough is a ability that you can learn after learning 4 merchant skills. It basically means that when you deal a damage, or you get dealt damage that would have been fatal to you, as long as you were not in critical HP already, it will leave you at 1 HP. So it's going to be very useful for a couple boss fights because we're going to get hit for a lot of damage, and as long as we are in critical HP, I mean, as long as we were not in critical HP before, like for example, we were full HP and we got hit for like 5k worth of damage, we live with 1 HP, so this lets us survive fatal hits, and we can use some pretty much it gives us kind of like a quote-unquote second lifeline for us to be able to do actions with. So yeah, we learned Hang Tough on everyone by this point. So this category is a little bit job points heavy because we learned a ton of like really costly skills like Snatch, etc. So we kind of get Hang Tough a little late.
Yeah.
Yeah, you also notice we took off Hail and Hardy because we don't need it anymore. We actually want everyone but Haunted to be really squishy. Oh, that's annoying.
Oh, that's even more annoying.
The mushrooms, I think, are weak to Light and Axe. I think Big Bull is weak to Sword.
Well, since they're weak to Sword, there's the break.
私の出番だな。いくよ。はい。お金にお金はつけないわ。
I lied. You can try Firestorm or Sword, or I mean,
Well, you said light.
it
Right?
might be Light. Yeah, I'm not sure 100%.
You know what? I'm just gonna try and have you run. Of course.
かかってこい。
Aerostorm. Obviously not.
Yeah, I don't. These mutants are a little different because the ones I typically see are weak to.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
You were right on the fire.
They're typically weak to Axes and Light, the ones that I frequently see, but these ones aren't 100% familiar with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's just a lot of enemies in this game. And, like, optimally handling the few random encounters that you do get. Just some days it feels like you just need that encyclopedic knowledge of various enemies.
Yeah, I've played this game a ton and I memorized a lot of them. There's still plenty that I don't know. And I try to make educated guesses because monsters kind of sometimes share different ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyone who's done Press a Single Story will note that we're about to go up to one of the frustrating runs from that particular category, which is, we want this box.
But it's gonna be rude to us.
As long as I can make it to the book, it'll be fine.
So skeleton's weak to light.
Okay, I don't have any light here.
Bats are weak to sword, so you can try level slash.
Yeah. And then we have Ophelia next, which is perfect.
If they're not weak to light, they're definitely, I think, weak to, yeah, okay. There we go. Not too bad. Didn't even get a scratch.
Indeed.
Yeah, they weren't weak to light, they were definitely weak to wind.
Mm-hmm. Luckily, boss is easy.
Yeah. All Tiger does is go roar at you. And then you break it and beat it up. The end.
私の出番だな。頑張ります。そのまま崩します。狙い撃つ。
There it is.
Yeah, Tiger's actually really squishy. Doesn't have that much HP. But you still want to collect the money from it because we need money for our ventures, and it doesn't take too much, thankfully, to kill the tiger.
Indeed. Honey will just get a poke in because she needs to do something.
That's 32,000 in the bag, which also funds the old guys we throw at the little kitty.
Yee. Love watching the enemies pay for their own demise.
You just stole from Big Kitty's stash and then just used it to pay off the vets to kill them.
I think that's how hiring adventurers works in like D&D. Hey, you know, if you go kill that cat, you can take whatever you find.
Yeah, to be fair, there's a lot of valuable things in that place, so can't blame them. Tress is taking very good advantage over her merchanting skills.
She's got that eye for treasure.
So here you're gonna sell pretty much most of your valuable gear.
There we go. That's enough.
Yeah, that's just enough.
I probably could have risked it without that last menu, but like, you want 60k.
Yeah, because you also use a little bit of a hired help money, I believe. I believe you... Oh no, you don't use mercenaries.
Yeah, the good news is that having 60k in your wallet, plus the unfortunate adventurers you find in the sewers for some reason. Look, I'm not going to question it either. Gets you enough. I do think I need to pick up the Soul Stone here just because of where I am with my EI procs.
Yeah, this Soul Stone's really convenient though. It's just like literally right there.
Right? Like, basically not even out of the way.
It just makes this screen very slightly riskier, but it's not a big deal.
Yeah, that... I don't think I've ever gotten the encounter on that screen. I've gotten plenty on this screen.
Yeah, this screen can be troll.
Is why I always save here, because I have gotten encounters on those stairs down before.
But this is Esmeralda. This is why we have a warrior on it for this fight. There's going to be a very specific reason why. This fight is generally free though, for the most part. Just because we have Hang Tough. But when she gets out of break, she does this really annoying ability called 5 Strikes. And it hits 5 times for a lot of damage. But as you're gonna see here in a second, we can completely cheese it. So we're just gonna do the good old standard break.
Yep.
I did a good old armor corrosive.
Just in time to get some old guys to punch.
Yep. And honestly, this strat is probably like one of the coolest strats, as you see later.
Ah. Oh no, wait, that was correct. I'm silly. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, but we got some damage on her, which does increase our odds of being able to collect.
Yeah, so this insight here is very important because normally 5 strikes would hit everyone here, but 5 strikes is only gonna hit Haunted, and she's gonna take one for the team so that everyone else can survive.
Look, we got the olives for a reason.
So we res her because we need to do that anyways, and we kind of need her alive to help kind of give out supplies. But here's the part that I like about this particular Esmeralda strat coming up here. Yeah, so we had to collect there so that we can fund our vets throwing. And here's the coolest part: we're gonna steal rune knives. By the way, we stole 2 of them. And this stealing 2 of them is gonna be very important. Because not only did we steal 2 of them because of Snatch, we're also gonna get another one as a drop. So we have 3 rune knives, and they sell for a pretty penny. So
Yep.
if you're that curious, that's how we're funding Red Eye.
This game is just so neat.
Yeah, so we thought Therion running around to steal a whole bunch of stuff was cool. This is also awesome as well because we're collecting our, or as Cyrus says, collecting our tuition for paying off old guys. And we're stealing some valuable items from them. I forgot how much rune knives sell for. I think they sell for like 16k a pop.
Yeah, somewhere in that very low double-digit range.
Yeah, and you get like 30k from Esmeralda, so when you kill her, so yeah, money is pretty it's not a big issue.
Yeah, I have more than enough from selling them. I don't need to worry about anything else.
I think you are grabbing the fire L right outside since you only have 2 stones left. Since you
I think that sounds right.
Yeah, I didn't see an EI proc on the stones you threw at Esme, so...
Yeah, I'll just grab it for safety reasons.
Yeah, it's better safe than sorry.
Yeah. Because popping out here does get the autosave. If I were to wipe here, it would take... If I were to wipe on that screen before getting to the second screen of the dungeon, it would take me back before Esmeralda.
Yeah, you definitely do not want that.
Yeah.
1000% do not want that.
PB attempts? Sure, yeah, go for it every time. Something like this? Nah. Speaking of...
That's rude. The skeletons are, well, I don't think it's worth trying to break them, but if you manage to survive this, the scorpions are weak to ice.
Mm-hmm.
And the skeletons are weak to axe. And I believe light as well. I don't
Did you say
remember
the scorpions are?
Blizzard.
Oh, yeah. Well...
I think they're weak to spears. If you have like an ice M, you can probably throw one.
I don't have any M's. Oh, well, there we go. That'll take it.
Okay, yeah, that's good. It's okay, Hana was the only casualty.
Yep. And, like, we have plenty of healing and MP restoratives, so it's not even an issue.
Yeah, I think the scorpions were weak to spear. Or spear, blizzard, and either shadow or wind. Yeah, you even though it's a short distance, you save here because you're very likely to get an encounter if you don't.
Yeah. Like, heck, even if you do, sometimes you get that encounter right at the very end. Lost more than my fair share of Hanit single story runs like that. Anyway, it is Red Eyes time.
Yeah, thankfully this fight is pretty much scripted, unless you get the very rare chance of Haunted dying.
You mean that like that?
Wow. Oh right, you don't have cover on Ophi. I guess that's optional. Well,
Yeah, it is optional. Is there recovery or should I just wipe it?
probably easier to wipe because
Yeah,
if you don't break Red Eye the next turn, it's very bad.
fair.
You don't break Red Eye by their next action next turn.
Yeah. And this should do it. There we go.
Hey, this guide says a 1 out of 32 chance. I don't... You know, I think the... I think this game's rigged.
Yeah, like, I think there was a patch or something that just specifically made my luck worse.
I'm just gonna accept this game's rigged.
What is this?
Oh, wow.
Okay, I'm saving it the book by Red Eye.
Yeah, I recommend booking it. Those hydras are pretty hard to escape from. I think they're
Yeah.
weak to like shadow or wind or something. Really inconvenient elements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just gonna try and get the lucky run there. Right, there's the book. Yeah, I mean, this is just how Octopath goes sometimes.
覚悟はもう決めている
Like, this game can just be incredibly rude for no reason some days, and you just have to deal with it.
Yeah.
So
But
it's been
Haunted's
pointed
chapter
out.
4 is cursed.
It's been pointed out that whenever, Leggy, you are on hotfix and Railkun is running production, you get a Kate and then nothing else goes well. Every time.
Huh.
頑張ります
Wild.
This is a revelation for sure.
Okay. And with 1,000 spears, even with the darkness clouding our vision, it's still guaranteed 3 hits, which is super nice. We didn't talk about it during your run, but sidestep is a merchant skill. That lets you
Yeah.
dodge the next physical hit.
Yeah, so I forgot to explain it in the last run, but the last run it was used to dodge a lot of hits because hits hurt, especially when you're at 1 HP. But here,
Yep.
his next attack is guaranteed to be, he goes rar, but the merchants can dodge it.
Yeah, which also
And
means the
ho-
merchants don't need to worry about the stun chance.
Yeah. The only person who's not immune to that stun chance is Ophelia, but that's why you buy the Herb of Revival. Haunted
Yep.
is immune because she has the Conscious Stone.
受けなさい
All right. Rawr. And of course we get the proc.
足を止めさせてもらう しっかりさあどうする大変よ焼き尽くせ 光
Yeah, you don't see the mechanics in this fight, but Red Eye also switches between 3 different types of weaknesses every turn.
踊ろうかしら
Yeah, the good news is we know exactly which weaknesses those are.
Yeah. The common weakness
so-
that Red Eye shares between all 3 different weaknesses is light. So he's always weak to light attacks.
これは受けなさい
Oh, the classic EI proc when you don't care.
Right?
出番
just another day of running Octopath where you need EI procs.
食らえ 受けなさい
Yeah, I gave Ophelia something to do. Because I am exactly out of soul stones.
And that's the
シャン
and that's the Haunted 4, so
Yeah. So we've got 2 quick cutscenes. Time is very soon. And time.
GG.
GG.
You know, a few things went a little bit sideways, but overall, what a run.
Yeah. No, like, I'm really happy with things that were entirely out of my control aside, how that run went.
That was a good run. Just don't talk about Locke.
Yeah. Like, I don't know what the time was, but right before the break, I was running my own splits, and I was ahead of PB. And with slightly better luck, I think I would have been right up next to the PB if that final Hanit segment had gone smoother. So I will take this run as something I am proud of every day of the week.
Yeah, that you did great. You did some pretty good recoveries.
Yeah.
'Cause there's
and
a few unfortunate bosses, but that's okay. We got through the run.
Yeah, and like I really like showcasing this run when things go wrong just because of, you know, the sheer diversity of strategies and recoveries you can pull off when things do go off script. Like when things go on script, you know, it's also really cool, but
Yeah, I think one of the coolest things watching people who speedrun this game is, of course, the scripts are really, they're really intricate, they're really cool, they're very well done. A lot of work has gone into it. But watching people with a depth of knowledge who know exactly what to do when something doesn't go to plan, it's always a pleasure. So, thank you both so much for showing off these runs. We've done so many paths today. Paths have been traveled. Everybody, make sure that you're following Sanjan. Make sure that you're following Leggy. I've linked their Twitches a couple times in chat. I will be linking them one more time after I'm done rambling. Before I start wrapping up the show, Sanjan, Leggy, do you have any final thoughts? Also, make sure you tell everybody where they can go to learn how to speedrun this game.
yeah, so the Discord is a wonderful resource for learning about this run. Some really good people in there. I'm not. I had to rebalance some of my Discords because I'm just in too many, but I'll probably go back in there soon just to get like some of the latest and greatest strategies. Don't think you've escaped me. If you're looking for that link, or if you just want a link to various notes, it's all on the speedrun.com page for Octopath Traveler. And of course, don't forget to follow Sanjan.
Yeah, Leggy's a really great person too. She did a wonderful job running this, and yeah, this, like, running Octopath, like, even though it's a short even though like there's routes for everyone, like, it can't, like, a couple of fights can be really stressful, like, because you kind of have to think on the spot. But yeah, we do have guides on pretty much almost all of the categories listed, so we have a really nice detailed guide for all females and all males, as well as all the single stories and the 2 main categories, all main stories and secret boss %. So, and our Discord and our community, our speedrun Discord, has a lot of very nice people who are very much so willing to help if you have any questions.
All right, and with that, I'm gonna speedrun announcements one more time because you've all heard it and you're going to hear it again coming up because good news. We're not done. Often I'm the last show for the day, but that's not true today. You're going to get more content. I'm going to tell you about it. But first thing first, like I said, just going to speedrun these announcements. If you missed out on any GDQ shows, youtube.com/gamesdonequick. Conversely, if you're at YouTube, twitch.tv/gamesdonequick is where we do the live shows, and those are a ton of fun. They're usually going to start at 7 p.m. Eastern. We are shifting some of our GDQ Hotfix shows schedules. Check gamesdonequick.com/hotfix for more info. GDQ Some of Best Segments is now launched on YouTube. It's a highlight channel with regular videos, just like our main channel, but it's small highlight reels for all of our main events and hotfix. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern is PB Precipice. Dangerous TV is going to be showcasing what PB attempts in Super Mario Odyssey look like. And finally, normally we rate a new channel when we're going off the air. We will be rating today. We're just rating Games Done Quick because I'm going to be passing you over to Church and Sarge, who's going to be show running for a bunch of Pokemon. If you like Pokemon, and I know that you all do because you just watched Hani do a bunch of stuff and she has a Pokemon mechanic, you're going to love what's coming up. So you want to stick around. I hope you all had fun. Thank you all so much for hanging out. And just one more time, thank you so much, Leggy and Sanjan, to you both for showing off Octopath. It's been a huge pleasure.